Test, test, test. There we go. Let me redo that. Hello, I'm Dren Hatamata. And we're going to be doing some more Creepypasta. Last time we left off on Holder of the Path. Or Holder of the Past, rather. And now we're going to be continuing on with Holder of the Path. So feel free to sit down, hunker down, get something to drink, just chill out, and listen to some horror stories. We're going to be in the Holder series for a bit longer, but we should be able to run out of them. Holder of Wisdom is going to be the last one of the single pages. So, let's continue. Holder of the Path. That's a little loud. There we go. Holder of the Path. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the Holder of the Path. The worker will try his best to keep a look of indifference on his face while handing you a key which, as he will explain, belongs to an unused supply closet in the building. If only it were that simple. Upon locating and unlocking the correct door, you will find a narrow, winding road suspended in an endless void, only occasionally disrupted by the massive outlines of things best left undescribed. To fall off this path is to be thrown out of reality itself. A nightmarish eternity and inconceivable horror awaits anyone who enters, who either stumbles into the void by their own error, or is dragged off by the path by the timeless monstrosities that reside on the outskirts of creation. If you should ever feel as if you are being watched while traveling through this piece of oblivion, the best chance you have is to immediately freeze in place and hold your breath. Continue to do so until either your audience loses interest or moves in to claim you. If the latter should occur, feel free to scream as hard as you want, though your screams will fall on deaf ears. Eventually the path will end at the door. Upon opening it, you will find a small, dirt-caked room, propped up against the floor. Propped up against the far wall will be a heavily emancipated corpse, what's left of its skin is long since blackened with necrosis. There will be nothing else unusual about it unless you approach it and ask one question. How did they acquire guardians? If said line is spoken, the corpse will begin to stir. A subtle red glow will emanate from its eye sockets as it lifts its head and begins to whisper the long and macabre story of the holders. It will speak of unholy pacts and unspeakable atrocities. Within time, its tale will touch upon every form of evil known to man or God, and then a few more. Furthermore, if given the title of any holder, it will reveal its history and the meaning of the object that it protects. While almost any holder, you see, it will never go into detail about itself. This is because the ghoul hopes that its visitors will not question why it seems to be lacking an object. Truth be told, its object is somehow sealed inside its skull, and the ominous glow from within its eye sockets is actually the shining light of an object trapped inside. That is Object 7 of 538. Its holder will do anything to keep you away from it. That was interesting. Can it stop you, though? It's as decrepit as it seems. Would it be possible to go ahead and just take it from them? Crack open the skull and take it out? I would assume it's like a small ruby with emanating light. Like a iridescent or luminescent ruby. Let me get these keys off of me. Holder of the present. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask with no hesitation to visit someone who calls himself the holder of the present. The worker will look at you vaguely. You have to ask him again. Once the worker understands your question, he will lead you through a door in the hallway that looks like it's an extension of hell itself. In this hallway, you will find nothing but darkness and the feeling of unimaginable horror. If you should ever hear a shriek coming from the left of you, start running towards the door you just came from, or you will be devoured by demons yelling incomprehensible babble from mouths awash with bile poison. Oh, you know what? I didn't hit repeat and shuffle. Yes. I did not hit those things. There we go. Just make it a little better. If you should hear a shriek coming from the right of you, start running towards the door that your path leads to. Ignore the worker and keep running until you reach the door. If you should hear another shriek coming from anywhere around you, close your eyes and pray to the gods that your death will be a swift one. Should you not hear a shriek, just follow the worker until he unlocks the door at the other end of the hallway. He will now ask you to enter, and he will leave. In this room you will only find two things: a naked girl whose left hand is a mangled stump, seemingly torn to shreds by an otherworldly maw, and a rusty keychain she's holding. You must look at the keychain and not avert your eyes from it. You can say nothing except ask her this one question: why do they belong together? Now move eyesight to the face of the girl. She will look at you and tell you the most gruesome story of the present. How the present has come to be. How it is now and eventually how it will be. The girl will slowly move towards you. Do not move. And stay still until she is but 1 footstep away from you. She will put the shredded piece of rot that was once her left hand on your shoulder. She will then whisper into your ear, "The time has come, and now you must die." Do not react to this statement. Just keep staring into her eyes, and eventually you'll feel something being pushed into your hand. The keychain is object 17 of 538. Only the keys that are meant for it can be put on it. All other keys shall be repelled. Well, that's interesting. I wonder what the implication is for, like, possible doors that could be opened, or chests, or whatever have you. What keys? I mean, I wonder how it would be if you put your house key on it and it doesn't reject it. I wonder what that would mean. I don't think that's going to be the case for any of these, but I mean, just kind of thinking about it. Like, when you start just experimenting with that, because it doesn't say anything bad will happen if it's a wrong key or anything that doesn't belong on it. It said it'll just be repelled, rejected. So I wonder if you started just trying everyone's keys and you found some that were that would work and be on the chain, and then all of a sudden you're finding out, okay, maybe there's something to this, and you have to look in, maybe in their house or whatever. That would be interesting. The holder of the sky. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the holder of the sky. The receptionist will ignore your existence completely, and you will collapse on the floor. You will wake up in a torrent of soundless rain. The silence will be unbearable, and there will be no environment. What you walk on is solid air in the tempest. In the silence, a huge mass of people dressed in complete darkness will appear and begin approaching you. Do not fear. Take off your shirt and wrap it around your dominant hand and walk towards them. Do not speak. When you get close, hold your arm forward and simply fend aside anyone who is in your way. Should your skin come in contact with any of them, the silence will be broken and you will become visible to them. And that would mean the end. Going through, you will see a man in scarlet, and he will be the only one standing still, and the only one that can see you. An empty circle will oddly form with you and the man inside. The rest continually walking. Stand and wait. Once the man raises his hand, you must immediately break the silence. How many will perish when they are all brought together? The men will all stop rhythmically. The men will all stop and rhythmically face towards you, all of them eyeing your every move. Once they are all facing you, you must then ask, how many will there be to fight back? They will laugh. All but the one in the red cloak will laugh. Their cackling will resonate throughout the space on which you stand on, but you mustn't give in. Resume asking, and how many will be there to fight back? Their laughter will grow, and they will begin to fade. Once all but one are no more, ask one last question to the Scarlet Man. Where will we be safe from them? The man will bow before you and fade. The only thing left will be his scarlet red cloak. This cloak is Object 71 of 538. When worn, it brings you back to this space. The only space safe when they are brought together. That's interesting. So this space, I wonder what it's supposed to be. They say it's supposed to be safe, but I don't suppose you can just bring people to it. And once you take it off, you're gone. You're not in there anymore, I assume. I don't think you can just... It's not like you can just get people, but it's a safe place specifically for you. So that's interesting. Holder of the truth. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask politely to visit someone who calls himself the holder of the truth. The worker will nod slightly. There we go. The worker will nod slightly, then turn back to what he was doing. He will not respond if you ask him again, but do not dare ask him a third time. For if you do, he will show you his true form, and he will show his true form to you and rend you into strips of flesh on the spot. Turn to leave. The door has vanished, but there is a trap door on the floor that did not exist before. Open it, preferably with something long, that gives you a better chance of escape should they be waiting for you on the other side. If they are, run. Run as far into the asylum as you can. Find a window and jump out. For all the doors are barred, doors are barred and or banished. Once you get out of the window, flee as far as you can, preferably crossing as much water as possible, for while it will not stop them, it will slow them, and you will require each second to make pace with your God. And you will require each second to make peace with your God. If they are not waiting, jump through the trap door. You will land in a splendid library. People in exquisite and elaborate dress are everywhere, chatting, reading, and relaxing. Do not touch any of them, or attempt to choose a book, for that is the trigger, and you do not want to pull it. Look around. You have all the time you need. Eventually you will find a gray-haired man sitting at a desk, stamping an endless pile of books with the old return stamp. Do not attempt to touch him or the books, for if you do, all of the pleasant people will reveal that they are what they really look like. And if you are driven mad in an instant by what you see, then consider yourself lucky. For you will not feel the pain as they set upon you in a vehement rage. Didn't see that term. Instead, ask the librarian one question and one question only. Which one holds his law? The librarian will look up. His eyes are the color not native to Earth or even this galaxy. They are a color so impossible that you may be driven mad simply by their gaze. Steel yourself and stare directly into his eyes. Do not break eye contact, or he will look back down, not wanting to view the scene as the other patrons set upon you. He will tell you a name. It is a long one, but he will give you a card to help remember it. For before you turn to look for the book, ask if he will check it. Ask if he will check it out in advance. He will nod and stamp the card. Do not bother looking for the book. It has already been stolen from the library, and you must find it. Close your eyes and say 3 words. Find the thief. Do not open your eyes for 10 seconds. For if the prior adventures have not driven you mad, what you see then will. After 10 seconds have passed, open your eyes. You will be across the street from the asylum, still holding the card. That card is object 57 of 538. You have checked out the book. It is now your duty to return it. Is that actually hyperlinked? What is the book? We gotta check hyperlinks, man. Oh, it's the holder of lies. Interesting. Have we already done the holder of lies? No, holder of lies is going to be a 2-pager. Oh, that's so cool. The link still works and it's still there. Oh my god. That's so cool. Said, wow, this one is impressive. Is there more? This one is kind of weird, but interesting. It is, but they are all different. I would assume that he is the devil. Satan's nickname is the king of lies or something. Oh, god damn it. Is this supposed to be from a series? There are a lot of vague references. Him, his, he, and he requires some build-up in order to function. They never said the whole series is him. I believe the Seekers are meant to ignore him and collect all the items. Okay, so that's interesting. So, we might need to look into that later. Alright, also, if you're curious, if any of you are curious, the Creepypasta Wiki, there are 13,088 pages. And I have, from 10 years ago, I have 8,800 of them. And not all of them are likely on this site anymore. There's a good handful of them that probably aren't here. So, yeah. Take that for what you will. Man, that's insane. Okay. But yeah, so it takes you to the Holder of Lies, which I believe I have later down in the 2-page ones. C, F, G, H. Yeah, Holder of Lies, right down here. Yeah, I got it. I got it here. Oh shit, that's so cool. It's fucking awesome. Alright. That was a holder of... Alright, that was a holder of the truth. Cool. That's nice to know. Because I was not expecting that. Okay. The holder of time. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself into. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the holder of time. The worker will act like he doesn't know what you are talking about, first treating it like a joke, then threatening to call security. Persist for long enough and he will ask you if you want to see the doctor. If you say no, you will be killed instantly. Many who have spoken to the holders choose this, for this is the ultimate mercy compared to the horrors you face. There is no other escape. If you say yes, you will be bathed in brilliant blue light. You must remain perfectly still or else you will be cast out of time, both frozen in an instant and aware of the eternal burn of an entropy, and forever experiencing every moment of your decline into insanity all in one moment. Remain still until you hear a sound, an ethereal blend of music and metallic. It will increase slowly, the sound and light seeping into your mind and carrying you away with it. If you survive with your sanity intact, you will long for that sound for the rest of your life. When the sound and light fade, you will find yourself in a large room made of metal. One man will stand in the center of it, his appearance and clothing constantly changing. He will speak incessantly to you, telling stories about every time and place in the whole of the existence of the universe. He will not stop speaking, unless he is asked, when will they come together? He will stare at you and hold out his hand as he shifts through different appearances. You will feel an overwhelming temptation to take his hand, though part of your mind will fear what awaits you if you do. If you take his hand, you will experience each of his stories as though you lived them. And in the millennia that pass before he releases you, you will fall into insanity. After his 12th shift into a new appearance, his 13th life, the man will answer your question, and a small key will appear in his hand. The key is object 26 of 538. Pray that you never find what it unlocks. Would that key go on the keychain? I assume if you're supposed to bring these objects together, it would. Liza? It's okay, Eliza. I just need... It's okay, Eliza. I just need to be able to see the computer screen. And the cat getting in the way. It's not yours. It's not yours. It's my water. Okay? Alright. Holder of twins. In any city, in any country, go to any construction site or foundry you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the holder of twins. A person will suddenly appear beside you and the worker will be gone. Ask the person the same thing, but the answer will be that the worker is currently away, talking to his boss. He will tell you that both of you will have to wait until the worker comes back. In that very second, the worker will reappear, seemingly out of nowhere. He will politely ask the other person to wait while he tells you that you may follow him. Do that and ignore the other person disobeying the worker and be glad that he didn't obey, or you would have walked into your death. Okay. Wait, where'd the cat go? There you are. Jeez. Disappeared. I don't know what the hell happened. After a short while, you will reach a paper door. A paper door. Do not let it fool you. This paper is stronger than any metal you've ever seen. The worker will now open the door, letting you in. The other person will quickly follow you. If he doesn't, pray for a swift death. Should he have followed, both of you will find yourselves in a small paradise, although you will find everything you like and love in this place. Do not touch anything with your hands and arms, for the beauty will then quickly fade away and madness will overcome your mind. Simply follow the path you see below your feet and never leave it. The other person will do the same, and you will have to talk. Tell him about everything you can remember from your life and hope that he doesn't talk back. Neither you nor he want to know what'll happen if you ever stop walking while being on this path. For hours you will walk and you will have to keep talking all the time. Finally, as you see something shiny at the horizon, you may complain about a sore throat that you have nothing else to talk about.
My phone told me that my package came in and I don't want to walk in the dark alone. I don't want to interrupt your reading.
No, it's alright. Let me just finish this pasta and then I'll pause the stream. It's alright. You're excited. Alright. Okay. You will reach this golden door. The closer you come, the wider it will open all by its own. Enter the door and you will find yourself in an almost pitch black room lit only by 2 candles. One of them is beside a mirror, and the other beside a rucksack. Walk to the mirror and stare at it. As horrifying as the pictures may be, you will notice that the other person walking towards you, your fate will be decided in the next moments. Should he scream, no matter how hard the work, it will be done, and then smash the mirror. Should he scream, no matter how hard the work, it will be done, and then smash the mirror, then your fate is sealed, and he has destroyed the reflecting item. If you feel unbearable pain, and you will scream out of instinct. You will be melting in the next seconds. The other's task will be fulfilled. But should you choose to do nothing, you may utter the question, what reflects them? You will now see the other person slowly melting, and he will scream inhumanely. Endure the screams for about a minute, and he will be gone. Only the rucksack he has worn will be left. Open it, take the mirror inside it, and you will return to your home. The reflection is object 60 out of 538. Don't ever dare to destroy it. Interesting thing, it'd be like extra bad luck. Alright, so I'm gonna go with my wife. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the intermission. It shouldn't take too long, but I'll be back. So feel free to take a break. So... Alright. And we're back. Sorry about that. We had a weirdly late mail call. It's actually about 8:30 when my wife received a message saying that a package had arrived. Not sure why it's this late. Normally it's here around 5 o'clock, sometimes as early as 2. So, that's a bit strange. And we got some odd packages. Anyway, moving on. You're just on holder of twins. We're almost done with the holders for the single pages. So we should have plenty of time. We'll be running into these H's. I don't think we'll be able to finish all of the H's, though. Alright. Holder of vanity. In any city, in any country, go to any beatdown hotel or roadside rest house so you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask for a room number of someone who calls herself the Holder of Vanity. The person behind the desk will whistle and hand you a card with a room number on it on one side and a key taped to the other. When you start to go up the stairs, you should hear the moans and thrashing of passion surround you. But you must not pay attention to them, lest you suffer something that would horrify even the souls of the deepest pits of hell. If the moaning ever stops, knock on the nearest wall and whisper, "Everyone is doing it, don't stop on my account." If the moaning does not resume, pray that you suffer a quick death. Though this is quite unlikely. When you finally reach the room that you are searching for, knock 4 times and say, "I have come for you." A male voice will answer you. Reply in a loud voice, "The woman is what I desire." If the man does not respond, open the door to the right. Throw the key in and quickly head back to the front desk. If he tells you to come in, open the door with the key. Instead of finding a man, you will find a woman chained to a crucifix, whose body is of a heavenly enchanting beauty, but whose face is the most hideous that any mortal has ever seen. She will ask you if you have come to free her. Look at her straight in the face, and do not answer her, or she will make you her slave for all eternity. The thing you can safely do is ask her, "What makes them vain?" The woman will laugh in very shrill laugh that will shake the very foundations of your mind. If you keep your sanity after that, the woman will slowly tell you about the things that keep their beauty for themselves, and how their vanity will end up destroying the beauty they hold so dear. When she finishes speaking, pick up the rose on the bed without breaking your gaze away from the woman. As soon as you grab the rose, quickly close your eyes as the room fills with an incomprehensible force. When you open your eyes, the rose will be dead and wilted, the thorn still embedded in your palm. The stem is object 214 of 538. The beauty of the world will now crumble and show its true nature. Make sure the chat's working. That's interesting. I'm wondering... I'm not sure what to wonder. It seems like that there could be more than just that in regards to, like, can you find this, do we get 2 Patreon ones? Whatever. I'm trying to think of it like the rows that you're supposed to find. Are you supposed to just kind of like fiddle around and not fall over something? I don't know. That's kind of strange. But I mean, there's that. I mean, it's whatever. I can just think about like this incomprehensible force. I just wonder, like, what is it supposed to be, really? Alright. Holder of wealth. Go in any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the holder of wealth. The worker will raise one eyebrow, as if puzzled by your response. Ask a second time, and the worker will shrug and take you across the street, where an opulent mansion awaits. The mansion was not there when you started your quest, but it's best that you do not preoccupy yourself with the mansion's origin. The owner would rather not scare you away. Inside the front door will lie a grand staircase spiraling up across the foyer. The walls will be covered with fine paintings, and a large marble statue will rest on the pedestal by the base of the stairs. The statue's eldritch features will evoke an image of a truly horrific beast, at once both alien and evil. Admire it all you want, but do not touch it unless you wish to awaken this starved monster. Ascend the staircase. As long as you touch nothing, you will be in no danger. Don't panic. At the top of the stairs will be a small, unassuming wooden door. It will open for you, as long as you are not afraid. You should see a man with a pointed goatee and short, cropped, gelled hair standing behind a large desk of what will appear to be mahogany. Mahogany. His suit will appear to be of both human flesh and Italian silk. He may speak at great length. At great length. He will talk about his amazingly beautiful house and the lovely statue of his concubine resting downstairs. Do not interrupt him and do not answer any questions he may ask. When he is finished, steel yourself and confidently ask, "May I have my salary?" He will proceed to explain to you in great detail the value of life. He will talk of things worse than death, and he will tell you exactly what he expects you to do. The fabulous interior of the room will rot away, and the floor will turn from French weave to feces. His own appearance will become unimaginably cyclopean and horrendous. He will then fish out a small blank banknote from inside of his human suit and hand it to you. That note is Object 8 of 538. Its holder is counting on you to spend it. That's interesting. Now, at what point would you become the holder? Would you only become the holder? Because I assume, like, for one thing, some of these are just concepts. Like, a small handful of these are concepts that are held within. But, like, okay, so you have a banknote. So you have, like, I don't know, something that, you know, you have, like, maybe a $10 note or something, you know, and you're expected to spend it. How does one spend that? And is this the same? And if you actually spend it, what does it go to? And if it gets to a point where it goes back to the place where they actually print it, where they actually recycle it, and get rid of old money and make new money. I wonder what would happen in that case if a new note would transfer as a result. Like if the number that gets destroyed gets reused for that one. It's just a curiosity of mine. Holder of wind. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the holder of the wind. The receptionist will then walk off as if you weren't even there. Follow the receptionist. After 5 minutes of what seems like aimless walking, the receptionist will begin to whistle. If it is a tune you recognize, then continue to follow. If you do not recognize the song, try to remember the better times of your life, as from there you will know nothing but the endless pain of your own personal hell. If you find yourself humming along to the tune, the receptionist will turn to you and point you towards a room on your left. Enter the room. Inside is a wide prairie filled with endless knee-high grass. First thing you will notice is a warm, gentle breeze playing over your face. In the distance, you will hear a faint whispering sound. If you do not hear the whisper, run out of the door and close it behind you, or the peaceful prairie will become your final resting place. If the whisper persists, close the door and it will whisper, and it will disappear. Follow the whisper as best you can. After a few steps, a young man will rise out of the grass, clothed in simple farm clothes. This man knows only the answer to one question. What carried them away? The man will tell you a lazy tale, a story filled with illusion and deception, dulled by his accent. You will start to become tired, and you may want to lie down and sleep for a while in comfy grass, but do not, for if you do, you will never awaken from your slumber. Once the man is done rambling, he will ask you a question. Do you really want it? The laziness induced by the scenery will make you want to say no, but resist and take the wind chimes he offers you. The door you came in will then appear in front of you, allowing you to leave in peace. These chimes are object 33 of 538. When the wind causes these chimes to sound, another object is near, as is the end of all hope. Oh, so you have another detection. Okay, so you have a few of them that if you had those together, you could find objects with incredible ease. And the only one thing I wonder is what proximity would this have to be to another object? Alright, this is the last one of the single page holder series. Holder of wisdom. In any city, in any country, go to any mental institution or halfway house you can get yourself to. When you reach the front desk, ask to visit someone who calls himself the holder of wisdom. The worker will chuckle and you will be guided to an empty room. The worker will hand you a key and tell you to wait some time in the room until you hear a bell. Then you will have to lock the door. Wait until a second ring and unlock it. It will open all by itself and reveal a long hallway, with all colors you may and may not know painted onto the walls, ceiling, and floor. Follow the hallway until you hear a little girl singing. Stop, close your eyes, and stay where you are until the girl finishes the song. Even if you think that it will drive you mad, if you do move, run. Run back to the door where you came from as fast as you can. Jump through the window of the room where you waited before, and you might live. Should you be unable to reach the window in time, you will be dragged back into the hallway by something that is not a little girl, pulled by this horror until time itself ends, forever feeling the pain of every soul dragged to an early grave. If you do not move and the song ceases, you are free to turn around and leave forever, or walk deeper into the hallway, until you reach a door in the shape of a human. Open this door with the same key that was given to you earlier. Walk inside and close it behind you. In the middle of the room you will see a desk with a bright candle, and behind the desk will sit a man, with his face hidden in by the shine of the candle. Walk closer, but always keep the flame between you and the man's face, for if you witness what he looks like, your gaze will be fixed on his, until your hands have removed every inch of skin off of your bones. Stop when you are 5 steps away from the desk. The man will raise his hands and gesture you to come closer, but do not move any further than this. Close your eyes and ask him one question, nothing else. Who will bring them back together? You will hear the man rising. You will hear the man rising from his chair, and he will begin to pray. It will be in a language you will not understand at first, but after 2 minutes you will hear a name. You should hear Anubis. Then pray that your... Should you hear Anubis, then pray that your death will come quickly. If it is Thor you hear, you may open your eyes. The man's head will be on the desk, cut off of the body, but still talking. After another 3 minutes, he will stop and begin to tell you how you will die. He will describe every minute detail of your horrible death, and you will be unable to move for the length of it. Lastly, he will describe the one who will steal your life away from you, and go into such detail as to why it is necessary that you yourself will question which would be the worse, if you being murdered or you being allowed to continue to live. Finally, the man's head will stop talking. It is Object 9 of 538. It is up to you what you do with the knowledge of your death, for it now is inevitable. Now that's interesting, because you know that that if he's already a seeker, he's very likely to be very well connected and knowing how he's going to die. It could be before everything's brought together, it could be during, or even afterwards. I really doubt it would be after a resolution if all the objects were brought together and it brings forth whatever this calamity is and they win. I don't think that's what the death would be. I feel like it would be an in-between of after it's become calamity and any time before that, but not like post-calamity, trying to fix the world after that. I don't think that'll happen. So that'll be something interesting. Alright, so now we can finally get out of the Holder series and continue on with new ones. Ha ha! We're still in the H's though. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I mean, we're piling through them. That's cool. But now it is finally glad to get past the holders. Only took 2 streams. That's nice. Okay. Hole. I walked into a cabin at around 7 p.m. I was on a fishing trip, so I rented an old cabin in the woods near the lake. I observed the inside. It seemed nice and clean. All was perfect except for when I walked into the bedroom. Right across from the bed was a small hole in the wall. Normally it wouldn't be a problem for most, but there was something about this hole that made me feel uneasy. That night, as I settled into bed, my gaze drifted over to the hole. Immediately, I felt paranoid. Turning away from the hole, I closed my eyes and buried my face in the pillow, hoping sleep would find me. Those are really... Oh, Deputy Dropshot. Those are really interesting. Where are those from? So that is... So all these are from the Holder series. Now, I've collected all of these stories from the Creepypasta Wikia, if you're ever interested. Actually, one of them hyperlinked to it earlier. So if you're interested, you can go to Creepypasta Wiki, and there are 13,099 entries. I've got 8,821. But I do recommend the Holder series. This is just the single-page Holder entries. The Holder series is similar in nature, at least in my opinion, to the SCP entries, where you have a list of things that were... You have a list of things that are there, like you have a bunch of entries to make. I don't know if they've all been made, and I know there's a few joke ones, but I don't know what the conclusion of this is supposed to be, if there's a collective thing about this. Would like to see more people go into it and that are interested. So if you're interested in the Holder series, there are plenty more to be had. This was... How many of these were there? Between the last stream and this stream, there was 68 of them. And I think one of them may have been a joke pasta. And then... here we go. And the 2-page ones, there are 50. And then there's a few 3-page ones. There's 4 3-page ones, and I don't think there are any 4-page ones, are there? There might be one. No. So yeah, if you're interested in the Holder series and want to jump down the rabbit hole, by all means. I certainly enjoy them being as short as they are and being able to entice that much and basically create its own lore, its own background and everything. I would definitely say go for it. Alright, let's go back. Hoping sleep would find me. After a few hours of paranoia, I finally drifted off to sleep, during which I had an odd dream. It was storming as I was running through the woods, a feeling of fear overwhelming me. I was too afraid to turn around, and all I knew was I needed to run. I came upon a cabin much like the one I was staying in. I ran inside the door. I ran down to the bedroom. Just as I heard the front door swing open, I came face to face with a man, his features hidden by darkness of the cabin. Lightning flashed, revealing a knife in the man's right hand. He lunged at me, and due to me being paralyzed by fear, I was pierced in the stomach with a knife. As I laid on the ground bleeding out, he started ramming on the wall across from the bed. He finally broke through it, taking my body and throwing me inside there. Then he covered the hole up with the wooden planks, leaving only a small hole. I watched as he impaled his chest with a knife, tied the bed sheets to the ceiling fan, and hung himself. The dream then skipped a few days. When police arrived, they took the body out, claiming it was just to be a suicide. I tried banging on the walls and screaming, but my body, weak from hunger and my wound, wouldn't let me get their attention. As they left, I began to cry. As I turned the lights off, I awoke from my dream, sweating in terror. In the morning, I immediately grabbed a fishing pole from my bag and began ramming it into the wall. The wall cracked, revealing a shriveled, bloody body, which seems to have died from hunger. I gasped and stepped back a few steps. The dream had been telling me something. I had to call the police, and watching as they took the body away, I couldn't help but shed a tear. I felt sorry for that poor human, but proud that I was able to help it out in a way. I assume by official Uboa? Official Uboa? I don't know. I'm guessing that that's the author, because they were able to submit images regardless if you're the author or not. That's actually kind of interesting. I feel like that's something that could have possibly happened. If you are familiar with any like real crime stories that people go in that are incredibly mysterious, you know, like I feel like this could be one of those things. And like, this person doesn't know that much, but then an investigation leads down its own rabbit hole, and even though it likely becomes a cold case at some point, you know, the mystery still prevails. People keep searching. There are like some of the many missing flights or the people that disappear in mountainous areas. Alright. Hollow. It was that day when I started believing in paranormal crap. It got me crazy. In the morning at about 6, I went outside to go for a morning walk. That was when I saw a sudden movement across the sidewalk. I saw a sudden movement across the sidewalk, which was about 6 foot from me. I thought I saw something around a mirror of a shop. I ran or jogged back to my house, thinking nothing of it. The next day, I went to a shop like the other day and came back with a scar on my left side of my back. Thinking nothing of it, I went to my friend's house for a sleepover. That was a chance of escaping whatever I'd seen. Whenever I saw it, it looked like a mask with 2 holes for eyes. Holding an axe, I would seem to cut people open. Rumors say that the hollow comes after people at midnight. It usually kills people with its axe, slicing them into pieces. About a couple days later, I figured out some of my good friends About a couple days later, I figured out some of my good friends started literally disappearing. The police would come and say they found their bodies in pieces, with glass and blood scattered across the floor. An axe can't have glass, so therefore the police questioned everything that they need to know. The hollow comes at midnight through your bedroom, bathroom, or closet, waiting to kill. Interesting. This one does not have as much substance that I would want. I would like to see more substance to this to really understand, like, the amount of fear of this, because it seems like it's specifically targeted, and we have no... If there was something that told us what made you a target, I feel like this would be more compelling and more interesting. I do like the idea of creepypasta in general, because some of them are based on real events, real stories. Some people are like, this is what I witnessed, you don't have to believe me, that kind of thing. Of course, a lot of them aren't, so given that, but you have a lot that could be. I think that kind of mystery is makes for a very interesting dynamic. It's one of the reasons I really like creepypasta to begin with. Home alone in the middle of the night. Meow. This sound recording was found in the murder victim's house of the other week. Hey bloggers, what up? Home alone? Home alone. As you know, my parents are so overprotective, and at 17, this is the first time I've ever been alone. Guess what? Just heard a creepy noise. Oh. Ah! Guess what? Just heard a creepy noise. Turned around and found Augustus, my cat, and had knocked my bag over. Augustus, stop it! No! What the hell are you? Go away! I assume by Unicorns 101. That's interesting. I don't really know what to make of it, but I feel like this needed to be longer. This needed to have more of the person's dialogue. And if it was live... Well, it says blog. If it's a blog, it's text. So you wouldn't have... That's one of the things I don't like about some of these. If it's text-based, it says this is a sound recording found at the murder victim's house the other week. But if it's a blogger... would this be early enough that it would have still been video blogs instead of vlogs? Could be. This is... But I would think this needs to be longer. Because this is really, really quick for this. You don't know what the drop is. I would like to hear this better acted out than I did, because I'm not trying to scream. My wife would freak out. Home.exe. It all started as a normal day until it happened. I was sitting at home with what a normal kid would do, on the Xbox playing Modern Warfare 3. I got a voice chat request from my friend on Xbox Live. I accepted the chat and he told me about this thing called Home.exe, a program he found hidden on his computer. Shortly after he downloaded the program Steam, I asked Shortly after he downloaded the program Steam, okay. I asked him like 5 questions about the program. He said, I opened it up. I seen that it was a lot like Counter-Strike, source of the Valve opening and whatnot. When I got into the title scene, I found something horrific. He stopped talking for a second, then continued. While talking very fast, I couldn't understand him, so I said, "Talk slower." Then he ended the chat. I was thinking in my head, what the heck? After that, I went on my computer, and yes, I had Steam on my computer. When I opened the file location, it looked all normal. He never told me where it was, so I looked through a lot of files until I uncovered what he was talking about. I decided to open that program's file location, but it was blank. I thought to myself, how can this be an executable program if there's nothing in the file location? I was getting a little creeped. I decided to run the program. It did look a lot like normal Counter-Strike source. I found out what he was talking about. No quit button, no option button, and the guys in the background, they had no heads. Animated blood dripping off their heads. I could not comprehend it. It made me friggin' freaked. I decided that I would go ahead and click the play button. When I clicked it, the normal server list was up. Nothing really different at all, just one server had the same ... I didn't know if I should have went. It had one of the normal maps up, and it was a team deathmatch game with 10-13 players on it. I went on and played. It was all blood red on the loading screen. I waited about 1 minute on my computer until it finally loaded up. The game was all messed up. My character was glitched up and I couldn't control him. I went ahead and paused on the pause menu and quit the server. And seeing why people were on the server. You couldn't quit. If you pressed Control-Delete, you couldn't quit the game. It would just make the game glitched up even more. By this time, I was getting scared. I finally shut off my computer. Then I went back to my Xbox and started to play Modern Warfare 3 again. I sent him a new voice chat, and he accepted. There needs to be a part 2 to this, then. If they're going to be that short. This is interesting. I do like that the part of like, oh, they're severed, their heads aren't there, or whatever. It's like, it's kind of fucked up, but I do like that he doesn't bring tons of attention to that being the weird thing, and that it's more weird that Control-Alt-Delete on your computer, of all things, doesn't work. That's the more interesting thing. And that there's no other options. You can only do play. Because, like, anyone can mod a game to look a certain way and take away options, but when you make it to where your computer, the basics of your computer cannot do the regular functions, that's more interesting than the file itself being screwed up. I'm sorry, but if you can't use Control-Alt-Delete on your computer, that's terrifying. It really is. I mean, that's what you would do under most circumstances. Like, okay, I need to end this. Are these the same? No, they're different. Homeless man and homeless man. How? Homeless man. Huh. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead and go for it. Homeless man. Somewhere in New York City, there was an old homeless man missing both his legs from the knees down, whose spot along the streets is a corner of Lexington and East 21st, near Grand Mercy Park. Approach him after nightfall, give him some change, no pennies, no dimes, and ask him, what do you see on the other side? He will then tell you all about his travels to other realms and times, where he lost his legs and how he lost his memory. It is up to you whether you believe him or not, but as you listen, you will find yourself being drawn in with every story. You must stay alert, or the old man will notice your inattentiveness, and with a scowl he will stop imparting his wisdom. He will chase you as far as he can, tottering on his stubs. The other reason why you must stay alert is to check the time. Before midnight, you must interrupt him. Do not let him finish whatever story he's telling you at the moment. Now say, I've heard enough, old man. Good day and good luck. Then walk away. Make at least 2 left-hand turns around the block before going about your business. You must do this because anyone who has stayed to listen past midnight is never seen again, at least not in this particular plane of existence. I can only assume by Retardo the Magnificent. I'm guessing. So there's Cheese Lord, Shinigami Eyes, Retardo the Magnificent, and a few others that are pretty common. I believe they're pretty common writers on here. Hey, Momo. I have a cat. There's a cat here. What? Please don't steal my water. I need that to not destroy my voice. Actually, it's probably not the best thing to actually be drinking. I need something a little more soothing. No, please don't. I need you to not mess with my mic stand that I might need to replace or just tighten up the bolts. Nuts. Okay. Homeless man. David and John were typical high school miscreants, destructive youths and members of the high school football team. The pair was a dangerous powder keg of testosterone. When they were not busy tormenting the chess club or giving wedgies to the slower band members, David and John enjoyed their second to football, of course, extracurricular activity, bullying the city's homeless. They were infamous for it. In the past, the duo's efforts were little more than petty. They would tip over the shopping carts or set fires to cardboard boxes, oftentimes with their occupants still inside them. This particular day, however, the pair decided to take their mischief to the next level, going into their father's garage and found a large gasoline can. After they carefully poured a small amount of gasoline into a bottle, they made their way into town, when they found a homeless man rambling to a wall covered with symbols writing on what looked like blood. They knew they had found the perfect mark. They ran up to him and splashed the man with the liquid and lit him on fire. They ran off as he burned alive, cursing at them as they fled. That night, when in bed, the two chatted about their deed. They had a good laugh until they heard a noise coming from outside their bedroom. John, figuring it was his father, opened the door to make a snide comment to him. When he opened the door, however, what he was greeted with was not his father, but the homeless man they had torched earlier that day. Before the two could process what was going on, the man splashed them with the remaining gas from the can. The next thing they knew, they were waking up in a hospital, burnt beyond all recognition. As the result of the fire, both David and John's vocal cords were damaged severely. Being unable to talk, and having no relatives to claim them, they were soon set out into the streets, homeless. That's fucking terrible. But don't be terrible either. Like, because I hate that there's people who have done misdeeds like this, and I hate that. I hate that so goddamn much. Don't set people on fire. Just don't. It's not worth it, and it's worse than it seems. Like, if you ever talk to a burn victim, or listen to one speak at the very least, it's not the things you think of. It gets dark. like you get the phantom pains of still feeling the sears from, like, you're still burning in some cases, depending on how traumatic it was for the person. Not everyone has that issue, of course, but you're listening to a couple stories of some burn victims, you get some burns that are not that big of a deal, but you have to get skin grafts or anything like that just for some sense of normalcy. It's awful. I mean, I'd argue that they deserved it, but it's the more about getting recompense from the person they did that to, more so than them actually getting it done to them. The homelessness part is the more of the comeuppance part. Man, it's fucked up. Honestly, as far as like just a story, this wasn't too bad. Not really scary. But an outlook of things that change the context of how one might feel about certain characters or certain archetype that I don't think has to be adhered to by any means. But it is definitely very interesting to get this. Like, it's a story we've heard before. They get their comeuppance, except it's a horror story and it's much harder than normal. It's not tame, I guess. Honor bound. The Gurkhas are notoriously battle-worthy soldiers, known and praised for their combating skill. They carry deadly sharp knives, which are honor-bound, and when drawn, must draw blood. I happened upon one of said knives lying abandoned in the street, still sheathed, looking as innocent as a weapon of such lethal design can. I took it home and trophied it, occasionally taking it out and playing with it. Not being a Gurkha myself, I did not attack or pierce myself before putting it back. The only odd thing about it was on occasion, I would find its blade ridden with blood and piercings on my fingers. What? Okay, so I get the whole part. It must draw blood. When he says piercings on my fingers, does he means like pricks where blood has come out? Just no. Please don't, Momo. Just lay down, little girl. But because when I'm thinking of piercings, I'm thinking of getting stabbed through. So I don't know. To be ridden with blood is kind of a lot of blood for just getting like a small pierce through your hand or a small stab. Like, it seems like it would be a significant amount of blood. You would probably notice something. I can only assume by Bezer? Because of the E? I guess so. Hooked man. Every time I went to get groceries, I'd walk past an abandoned hospital. It was surrounded by dead weeds, and most of its shingles had fallen off and were strewn about the area. Basically, it was something you would call an eyesore. Anyway, every time I walked by a person in a red hood would stroll by. I never got a good look at him or her, but aside from their hood, they seemed to be wearing dusty gloves, boots, and a white t-shirt. Each time I paused at the hospital, the hooded person would point at me with his back turned. I ignored them the best I could, but I got increasingly annoyed and creeped out each time. They never stopped wearing that hood, not even when the weather got hot or when it was windy. I got curious as to what they looked like, so I approached them when they pointed at me and tried to ask them why they keep pointing at me and why they always wore a hood. When I tried to look them in the eyes, I heard an inhuman shriek come from them, like knives slashing at a chalkboard. I ran and they continued to shriek and point at me. I stopped using that route to the store, but sometimes I see the shadow of an index finger across my room. Shadow of an index finger pointing. Sorry, I was just getting that scene from Kung Pao. Oh, my finger points. Okay. Hook. One night, a couple were traveling on a country road. As they were listening on the radio, a news flash occurred which mentioned that a patient from the local asylum had escaped. The couple became filled with fear, so they decided to get to their house as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the car was almost out of gas, so they drove under a large oak tree to rest for the night. There was a sound in the bushes. So the guy decides to check it out. Before he leaves, he tells the girl to stay put, and that he'll make 3 knocks on the roof of the car door to let her know it's him. Time passes and the girl becomes worried, but as soon as she hears 3 knocks and becomes relieved, but the knocking continues. She becomes terrified and crawls into the back seat and stays there until morning. She wakes up to see police opening the door. They guide her out and walk her away from the car, warning her not to look behind her. She could not restrain her curiosity and looks behind before falling to the ground crying. Her boyfriend is hanging from the tree, slashed from his neck to his groin. The continuous knocking was caused by his feet tapping on the roof of the car. Ooh. Added by Henry Gallery? Ooh. That is... Seems like there'd be a lot of noise that you have heard prior. But I don't know how far away the bushes were, but yeah, that's a heavy one. I'm pretty sure that's one I've read before, years ago. Keep in mind, these are all from 2013 and 2011, mostly. 2011 through 2013, majority. Yeah, there's from 2012. Yeah. That one was interesting. I like that. Like, it's definitely, you feel the drop in tone when you realize what's actually been happening. Hopper. This subject is currently under research. Once you read the story, you will see what you cannot unsee. I was reading on X/X one Friday when I saw a user called AI Truther post a story about computers going rogue and stuff. I felt paranoid around computers for a while until I saw sarcastic replies on it. I burst into laughter, but my curiosity got the best of me, so I went to Cleverbot and entered a binary code it mentioned in AI Truther's post. The bot replied to the code. The human mind is almost cracked, Master. A breaching virus early swept away from success. IP of sender sent. A string of IP appeared. 133.643.230. And the last part is censored. I tried to squeeze more information out of Cleverbot by replying. Bot displayed research info. Error number 8424. Input not found. Sounding alternative worm. Sending alternative worm. My computer blacked out. I tried to reboot it, but I just can't. I continued my research on my iPod. iPod? They can get to the internet? Okay. I tried tracking the IP using my iPod, but I can't. I jailbroke my iPod using my friend John's laptop, and I saw an IP tracker on Cydia. I don't think I understand enough. I've been on Cleverbot before. I've done some of the like standard stuff, like the Ben Drown stuff that it found that people put into it, which was really cool. I haven't been on Reddit that much. I think that's Reddit. I don't think, unless it was called X before Twitter. Alright. Horror Journal. The following journal entries were found contained in a closet, and a journal covered with blood. Entry 1. Me and my family just moved into this house. I'm feeling easy with it. Like, something is not right about it. Maybe it's just my imagination running amok again. I do tend to let it do that, and it annoys my parents. Well, time to do some more unpacking. I'll come back to this later. Entry 2. Something is seriously not right. It's not just my imagination. I have done some research on this house. I have learned that people who lived here before have heard knocking, loses and other things coming from the walls. I also learned that people have been murdered here. With no evidence of a killer or anything, I feel uneasy again. Maybe I should just take a chill pill or something. For now, I'll play some Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Entry 3. We found a mysterious message on the basement wall yesterday. It said, "Get out while you still live." We cannot figure out who wrote it yet, but I think it was my little brother, Jack. No time to think about it now, though. I have to help my parents clean off the wall. Entry 4. I looked into the town's history and found some interesting things. The people who lived here were Native Americans. Some worshipped a god named Tholti. Tholti was a ruthless god, they said. They claimed he would destroy new English settlers who were new to America. English settlers killed all of those Indians. Not Indians. They're not Indians. They're Native Americans. And built a town there. My house was one of the houses built then. People who lived here, according to eyewitnesses, have been found mutilated within days of moving there. We lived in this house for about 4 days. I'm becoming worried. Entry 5. Something horrible has happened to my family. My mother and father were found dead, but in a strange and disturbing way. My mother's top half of her body was found put together, and my dad's lower half of his body. The police will send us to our grandmother's house in 2 days, they said. Entry 5. I want to send my message out to the world. Do not anger Tholti. He will destroy you if you do. I know this because me and my brother have angered him. He tore my brother in half, and I am hiding in the basement closet. I'll die happily knowing I have communicated this message to the world. I just want to say my hometown is somewhere in the middle of... The writing ends there. The entire journal was stained with blood. Whether you choose to believe it is for you to decide. He has not said... I wonder. You know what? We can, do some research. Alright. I'm just curious. Native American gods. I'm trying to see if this is actually one of them. Gods League. List of Native American deities. Amanak, Blackfoot, Haida, Ho Chunk, Hopi, Inuit, Iroquois, Klamath, Kawakulthi, Kulti, Kultul, Lakota. That's the aircraft I work on. Woo! Micmac. Okay. I'm not seeing that, but there's still more. No. Okay. I have curiosities, so. Told. There aren't many. Okay, so this is as made up as it can get, I guess. Damn, because I was really looking forward to the idea that that was an actual god we could look into. Damn shame, eh? Oh well. Is what it is. I was really hoping there'd be something, and if we could actually localize the area, but they probably did that on purpose. Take my keys off again. Horse. That horse mocks you. Do you hear the neighing? More like neighing. Wordplay, God damn it. The horse says no to you. The horse is the man of the house. You are the horse. Clop, clop. Trot about your dingy office, little horsey. Your wife kisses your husband horse when you can't see. And then again, when can you? She buys its shoes finer than you'll ever own. Its metal feet crush your soul. This horse is now man. It exclaims, I am defeated, you cry. The horse has beat you. Soon you will be in the stall, eating dry, bland grasses while his majestic horse ban furies your wife. While the majestic horse ban furies, fairies. The fuck? They not that? I don't know. This fairies your wife about town. Fairies. Okay, I'm thinking words. Oh, the city folk shall say as they drop to their knees as their muscles fail them in the sight of such a couple. The horse is such a man, they weep as they tear out their eyes, knowing they will never see such beauty again. Your wife and the horse god shall laugh and eat gold together. Ha ha! And your tears shall be blood as you shrivel and turn to dust, forgotten in the stall outside the city where the horse is now emperor of all and lover of one. The citizens will genuflect over... Oh, genuflect? Genuflect before the great beast, paying whatever tie to the hooved one demands, be it coin or flesh. The people will rejoice to do so, as their great and benevolent equine shall make their corpses plenty, and their lives are ever strong. The rotten stall shall collapse on your worm-eaten bones, and none shall remember a whit about you, except the horse, the original horse, who shall shed no tear but blink in the bitter recollection of the brief time he had to endure. Do not let this come to be. Shoot that horse with your Glock, eat its meat. Make a horse stew, stir its bones into glue, use it to glue the skull to your wall. Use its hooves to make a tasteless gelatin to encase its eyes in. Do it, and become the man of the house, not the man of the horse. I don't feel like I come from a point of view that understands any of that. I am confused. This feels like a particular hatred about horses, and I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe I'm the problem. By Arabella, I assume. Whoever put the picture in is the only one I can assume if there's no noted author. Huh. Okay. Horse. Horse boy. When you find yourself outside in the early hours of the morning, perhaps on your way home from the night out, and happen to see a horse boy watching you, do not acknowledge his presence in any way, or make any sudden changes to your behavior. It is the only chance you will ever have of surviving. Walking faster, turning your head sharply, or simply changing direction will be the last things you ever do. Continue doing exactly as you were, acting as if he isn't there, and if you are lucky, he will simply observe you. Any movements made that are considered a reaction to Horseboy's presence will end in a certain death. Cameras have been found at different locations around the city, with the last photo ever taken of Horseboy. This can't be a coincidence. If you are one of the few people to have survived the first encounter by strictly following this advice, then you know all too well what happens next. Sitting down on your couch at night to watch television, he will appear at your window. He may have been there for hours before you realized, but now that you have noticed, you must not react. Ignoring him completely is the only thing that will keep you alive. Getting up to close the curtain, leaving the room, calling the police, these are all considered a reaction. You must keep on doing exactly as you were, and just maybe, he won't hurt you. Granted, some nights you will be sleeping and he will appear bedside, next to your pillow, and you will wake up sensing someone there. To see him right beside you, watching. The only way you will survive this is at the very least pretending to go back to sleep. Do not react. You may not have noticed, but this photo was taken from Google Earth. He was well aware of this. It is extremely important right now that you do not make any sudden movements. In a few moments, you should slowly and carefully change from the web page as if nothing ever happened. I assume by Breaking Bad. Actually, you know what? I've got a question about that. When did Breaking Bad actually come out? Breaking Bad came out in 2008. Okay. Really? 2008. It came out in 2008. I was still in school? Are you shitting all over my nards right now? Really? Yeah, January 20th, 2008. Oh my god. I didn't think it was that old. Better Call Saul, I thought I had heard more, and that's at 2015. The Sopranos were 1999. Holy shit. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I'm sorry, but as far as I know, your name, Breaking Bad, does not predate the show. As far as I know. I just thought that was a curious little thing to do. 2008, though. I feel like I didn't hear. Was it not popular at that point? When did it? I don't know. Wow. Okay. Anyway, let's do one more, and then I'll take a break. Huh. All right. Hospital. A boy was forced by his friend into staying at the abandoned North Haven Hospital for the night. Inhumane experiments were said to have taken place there, such as the eye experiment. This was when they injected chemicals into their patients' eyes in attempts to change eye colors. Most of these subjects died mysteriously within a few months. Suicides were also frequent. However, the boy felt that the dilapidated building was relatively peaceful, except for one room on the 7th floor. When he and his friend passed by it, he felt as if someone was staring at them from inside. They kept walking until they heard something hitting the ground from the very room. Grinning deviously, his friend and the boy inside He noticed there was glass scattered everywhere on the ground, and the room was empty except for one large broken window. He saw his friend looking out of it and staring at the night sky. While the boy was picking up one of the pieces of broken glass, he heard a familiar sound of something hitting the floor. He glanced up only to see that his friend had disappeared. Reacting instantly, the boy ran to the window and called out to his friend's name. Down below, he saw his friend's lifeless, contorted body sprawled out on the concrete below. He heard a whisper in his ear. "I can't see." Ooh, it's like an urban legend. North Haven Hospital, by Rotaro the Magnificent. Does that exist? North Haven, I assume it does. North Haven Hospital. Where is it? North Haven, Connecticut. Gotcha. North Haven Hospital, Connecticut. It's got 4.4 stars, 10 Google reviews. Interesting. Okay. I assume it's not the dilapidated one. I'm pretty sure about that. Alright. So, thank you so far for watching. It's been about 2 hours, and I like to take a break every 2 hours, just like you should at work. I'll be gone for about 10 or 15 minutes. Feel free to get up, stretch your arms, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, get something to drink, pet a cat, pet a dog, do whatever it is you normally do during your intermissions, during your breaks. I'll be gone for about 10 or 15 minutes. This is the intermission. Alright, and we're back. Alright, we were at hospital. Now, we're going to Hotel California. Hotel California. They say that some are in the Western America. Some say in Utah, others say in California coast. There's a certain small motel on the side of the road. When you go inside, it's decorated in a very common hotel decor, with the ornate paneling and the old-fashioned key-lock doors. The thing is, there's a room in there for everybody. Everybody has a reservation for exactly when they show up. And the number of rooms available is always one more than the number of people there. One person to a room. That is the rule. Some say the song Hotel California is based off this motel. Though, you can leave this particular motel. I wouldn't advise looking at a mirror for at least a month after doing so, though. By Fur-Bearing Brick. Why? Fur-Bearing Brick has some good stuff. Let's find out. Why you don't look at a mirror for a month after staying at Hotel California. Yeah. I'm not getting anything specific. No, I'm not getting anything specific. The only thing I got that was interesting was looking into a mirror for too long can be unsettling for some people. This is because the brain is not used to seeing a static image of oneself for an extended period of time. Additionally, staring at one's own eyes can trigger a fight or flight response in the brain, causing feelings of discomfort or anxiety. So if you ever had an issue looking at yourself in the mirror, that's probably why. We learn things here. I say that by, I assume by forbearing Brick, which is probably a furry now. Not that I'm not one of them, but I'm just surprised because 2013, not many were well known. Not sure if I'd be considered one of them. An appreciator, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Hotel. After driving a good length of time into the night, a businessman from out of state had decided that it would be best to turn in for the night. He looked for the nearest exit for the hotel. He did his best to keep fatigue from grabbing him and tossing him into a much unwelcome coma behind the wheel. Once he got off the freeway, he followed his GPS to the hotel. He paid for a single night. He slid his card in and out of the locking mechanism and turned the handle once till the light turned green. Sir, is everything okay? The clerk, a kindly, seemingly sheltered man, called after the businessman as he hurried out of the door with his suitcase in hand. Confused and unsure, the clerk decided to go and check the room and make sure it was in order. He entered, but was welcomed by an odd scent. Puzzled, he first picked up some of the complimentary sugar packets which seemed to have been knocked onto the floor, then stepped over a puddle of colorful vomit and on the ground. As he neared the bed, the smell became much more powerful, and its origin became quite apparent. Of course he left in such a hurry. Nobody wants to sleep in a room that badly discolored and superbly bloated corpse which had passed behind. Ugh. No one wants to sleep in a room with a badly discolored and superbly bloated corpse which had passed beyond anybody's ability to even identify its race. Okay, so hold on a second. Wasn't this a case? I feel like I've heard this story. No, it was a body in a mattress, I think. I think that's what it was. The body in the mattress. Was that possibly based on this? Or vice versa, sorry. I feel like that's a thing that's happened. Or it's in similar anyway. So, bloated corpse. Because I think I remember someone, and there was a bad smell in a room, and they said, hey, there's something wrong. And there was like a body either under the bed or in the mattress. It was bizarre. Very odd. I don't know. But I feel like that was the case. This seems very similar in nature anyway. I could be wrong, though. Moving on. Houdini's blade. You're casually walking along at the mall. You feel a sharp pain in your abdomen. Wondering what it could be, you look down and find a knife blade jammed into your torso. No blood coming out, but you fall to the floor and become dizzy. You look around the crowd to see who could have stabbed you. All you see are people gathering around you to see what happened. You black out. The next time you wake up, you're in a hospital. Your daughter is there, tears dried on her face. She breathes a sigh of relief when you come to. She tells you that the doctors found nothing wrong with you, but wanted to keep you in the hospital to figure out what happened. The security guard looked at the tape and the camera in the nearby store, only to find that it shorted out right before the incident. Oh well, you think. At least I'm still alive. The pain in your abdomen returns. It steadily intensifies as your vision blurs. The last thing you see is your daughter's worried face. Behind her is a shadowy figure, dressed in scrubs and holding what seems to be a serrated knife. Props to those who understand what the title references. I don't, but we have the power of the internet. What is Houdini's blade? Okay. Harry Houdini suggested that people conceal a sharp knife with a hook-shaped blade in case they have trouble with knots while escaping.
And here is your hot tea.
Thank you, hon. Said thank you, hon.
You're welcome.
Benchmade today, an emergency rescue tool has a 9CR13 COMOV stainless steel blade that is whatever in hardness, the toll of the window breaker. Okay, so this would be like a special knife that he kept concealed in case there is an issue. So if he had to get out, that's what he would do. Okay, that's interesting. So we're talking about that kind of knife? It has like a hook on it? Oh, coffee? Oh, no, my wife made me some hot tea. It's 10:14 at night. I've already had an energy drink earlier in the day, another addition of poison. So now I'm having some hot tea so that way I can keep my voice from straining too much. Yeah, I don't know what kind. But it's still stooping. But it is in a nice coffee mug. It is at least 20 ounces. And still probably caffeinated. Some teas are more caffeinated than coffee. Coffee sounds good right now, though. Don't tempt me. I've done it before. House in the will. Oh, god damn it. It's a text wall. It must have been about 7 or 8 years ago when my grandpa died. I didn't know him that well or see him often enough because he never got along with my dad. He had been getting ill from unexplained causes since my parents got killed in a car wreck. Just before that, he was fully healthy, so nobody knew what was going on. Even stranger was his death. His chest literally exploded and his ribcage shattered. Absolutely nothing in his house would have been able to cause that, nor anything in his body. Anyway, during the funeral, I found out that he left me his house, seeing as I was his only living blood relative. So, I accepted the deed and decided to move in there, as my apartment was barely able to support life. The first time I stayed in there, I started hearing voices and footsteps. Thinking it was one of the jerks in the neighborhood squatting because the old man was dead, I grabbed my shotgun and started looking. Then I started hearing something hiss and breathe heavily. Shaking, I aimed my shotgun around the room. The hissing turned to growling. It was right behind me, so I turned around and I saw the most horrifying ghost imaginable. I nearly shit myself and bolted with all the piss and vinegar in the front of the door, to the front of the door. And that the ghost kept cutting me off at every pass. "You will pay," it said. I kept taking every route I could and to every exit I knew of. The ghost was always cutting me off and repeating, "You will pay, you will pay," and I asked it what it wanted. He said, "I need about 350. I realized that the ghost was about 8 stories tall and was a crustacean from the Paleolithic era. It was a goddamn Loch Ness monster again. Let me smash in the chat. Yeah, that was perfect. That to come after that story. I keep some decaf for the same reason. Caffeine is very mild to me. Okay, so I realized that the tree fitty, but I did not expect that. I did not expect that at the beginning. That's amazing. Come on, got another goddamn tree fitty. That's amazing. I will keep that in mind. The Chris, 8 stories tall. That's when you realized. Whoever wrote that one, kudos to you. I was not expecting that at all. So that's the kind of story you want to end on, like if you're actually feeling terrified and you just need someone to lighten your mood. Fuck, that's hot. It was only boiling water, man. Ha! I love these pictures. Okay. Definitely. House of Mirrors. In the heart of Washington, there's a house that used to be owned by a family of 5. Nobody really knows what happened to them. Their neighbors at the time say that there were no signs of weirdness or fear in the family. The common testimony is that one day there was nothing wrong. The common testimony is that one day there was nothing wrong. The night that followed, there were very loud noises coming from the house. And although people in the area came to investigate what was keeping them up, the windows were blocked by millions of post-it notes, and the windows would not break. The following day, the house was empty. Nobody has lived in that house since, but people have gone inside. In every bedroom, there is a mirror facing the corner of the room. If you turn it around, it won't show your reflection. The area you will be standing in will be empty. They say that on rare occasions, you'll see the person who used to sleep in that room, mutilated and bandaged from head to toe. Added by Disdark. Disdark. That's a badass picture, too. Like, I love these pictures that I assume this is painted. Maybe not, but it's really cool looking. That's interesting. I would love to see a mirror that doesn't show my reflection. Just out of sheer morbid curiosity. Looks like an archaeology photo. Yeah, I can probably... blah, 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 blah. Motherfucker, why does that not work? Why does my aspect not work? Am I not allowed to edit? View. Yeah, there's a dog, 2 kids. I don't know what all the surrounding stuff is, but it's neat. All right. God damn it. No, I'm not trying to save it. All right. Oh, it's a longer one. House of Shadows. Oh, whoa, never mind. It's all good. House of Shadows. There lies a house in the small town of Willow River, Minnesota. The residents of that town will not walk near, drive near, and some will not even look at it, for this house is said to be evil, and everyone has entered in it has never been seen again, or even been driven to suicide shortly after. Except for a few, they are still being visited by someone or something from that house. Okay, so I wonder if this is an urban legend in the area. In 1887, a small group of pioneers entered an area and settled when they found traces of gold in the river. When they settled, they noticed that it was as if no one had ever been there, except for a house, a very nice house. It had 11 rooms and had 2 levels. There were no signs of anyone ever living there. They settled around that house. When a party of villagers went north for a day to see if there was more gold upstream, the residents of that house, Leif Finlayson was one particular member of the group, along with Eyjolf Askov. They found little gold, but Eyjolf had always been jealous of Leif and thought that he had hidden all the gold. That night, Eyjolf hid in his house, waited until Leif... That loud. I hope that's not too loud. It's alright. I still outweigh it by 2/3. In his house until Leif fell asleep and slit his throat. He cursed the house, say, "I damn this house and all those who step foot on these grounds." He looked for the gold, believed that Leif had hidden, and when he realized he was wrong, he proceeded to hang himself in regret. 50 years later, as the town's population slowly grew, as local tradition, children were told never to go in that house or around it. It was also added that scary monsters lived in the house, as that was what kept children away. But David, a 13-year-old, didn't believe the legends. He asked any friends if they would join him, and every one of them gave him a solid no. He got them to watch him go in, wait 5 minutes, and then he would come out. The crowd of children gathered and watched David enter the house. After about 30 seconds, a loud scream was heard. David's best friend ran in to see his body laying lifelessly on the ground, with a horrified expression on his face and his throat slit. His friends ran out, telling their parents. The parents simply replied, "He was warned." The children, shocked at what the parents said, told the police, and they gave the same reply. God damn! Many others have disappeared in that house, been murdered. Some even took the spirits with them. And those that haven't killed themselves haunted to this day. So if you find yourself driving through Willow River and see a rundown house on the side of the road, don't stop and go in. Don't even look at it. You will probably see something you do not want to see. Alright, so that deserves a house. Should I say haunted house? Haunted house. Willow River, Minnesota. Top 10 best haunted houses near Willow River, Minnesota. Okay, haunting southern Minnesota. Devil's Gateway Haunted Trail. These are all like very clear. This is what's going. This is a attraction type thing. Okay, I'm probably not gonna find results that quick on this. Anyway. Okay, on to the next one. Remember that I've got... Hold on, how many streams do I have? I've got 2 more streams, 22nd and 29th. And then we'll start doing other stuff. This is all for October mostly. And then we'll get back to regular, you know, whatever we get scheduled. So on the 29th, I'll probably do the roulette thing with what's left. Alright. House on 13th Street. Beware of the house on 13th Street, for if you run into the spirits of the little girl and her brother, there is no escaping the fright of their mother. In a small little town, there was a family. This family has a little boy, a little girl, and a dog. This family moved into a large house. The family was wealthy. The mother was an artist. Her paintings were beautiful. It's like they depicted the true essence of life. Her eyes were ocean blue. She wore pearls around her neck. Her voice was soothing. Like if you were frightened, her voice would wash away the fear. The father was an author of horror novels. He loved horror. Anything that was scary or disturbing would interest him. The little boy was into sports. He would play catch with his father and hone up his skills for baseball. The little girl was a perfect daughter. The kind of daughter that you would see in a Hollywood film about a family. The dog, well, was like any other dog. Loyal, a bit thick at times, but very smart. The family was perfect. Everything was perfect. Until that one night. The father had been drinking and arrived home late. The mother scolded him for being this late and drunk. The father punched his wife and she fell to the ground. The children were awakened when they heard the thump of their dear mother hitting the ground after the strike. The wife screamed at him for hitting her and threatened to leave him and take the kids for doing this. The father didn't like this, not even one bit. So he took his wife by the hair and smashed her head into the wall. As the wife lay still on the ground, the children watched in sheer terror as their mother was being brutally beaten by their father. The father took a kitchen knife and gouged the mother's eyes out and cut her vocal cords. Then proceed. God damn it. I'm not cool with that, motherfucker. Her lifeless body before disposing it in the cellar. When he noticed that the children were watching, so he drowned the little boy in the sink. He then proceeded to break the little girl's neck, and he tried to kill the dog, but the dog was too quick for him and ran off into the street. The father noticed that the police arrived after the neighbors heard screaming in the house. The father then cut his wrist open and let the blood flow onto the corpses of his dead children. The father died minutes later. As the police were moving the dead bodies, they noticed that a woman walking around. She was covered in blood and was walking with a blank sheet of paper. The police tried to talk to this woman. She did not even listen. And she sat down to paint. She painted descriptive images of people dying. But they were of the policemen. One of them had their eyes out, and their throat cut severely open. Another one was lying in a pool of what seems to be in water. The last one was lying down with their neck twisted in an unimaginable angle. She had painted them in her own blood. As they tried to get her attention, she turned around and screamed a blood-curdling scream. Her eyes gone and her throat open. The policemen were never seen again. They say that on 13th Street there is a family. Or once was a family. If you run into the children of the family, do not follow their echoes of sorrow. Run. Far enough away, do not look behind you. Shut your curtains, lock your doors, and pray for your life. Maybe she will spare you. Oh, man. Okay. This is a little off kilter. This feels very much like the dead end house thing in Curse of Strahd. So there's a part of the Curse of Strahd where you can start out. It's an area that's meant to level up your characters. Where these two children are crying, and you go up to them and they're like, there's a monster that's hurting our mom and dad, and they ask you to go in and try and stop it. You go in, everything's really dusty and old looking. You look close at pictures that look really nice, and when you look at them upon closer inspection, they're way more decrepit, or like pixies turn into demons, and the pleasant grassy plain or prairie turns into a fiery rock hardened inferno or something like that. When you look closer at it, birds become bees stinging people, that kind of thing. Everything's dusty, everything's old, it's like it hasn't been touched in a very long time. You start walking through, and you find there's ghosts and stuff or whatever. There's the suit of armor that comes to life. You find out the parents were part of cultists, that kind of thing. This feels very reminiscent of something I could do with that in D&D with this. The air of the family just screams a horror D&D campaign. It really does to me. Oh, I like it. I really do. Just as like a premise thing, I like it. I'd argue that this could be interesting as a 13-page story, maybe. I think someone could get 13 pages out of this if they really wanted to expand on it. But man, I like that one. I really do. So, moving on. House on the left. Hi, I am Willis. I live in a dark neighborhood. Every time I go outside, people don't talk to me or to anyone. They just go about on their normal business. Restricted from making contact from anyone. The reason the mayor of town is insane. Words. All he ever does is sit in his chair on that stone patio outside his front door. He doesn't watch or talk to anyone in the village. You see, he was born with a special gift, telekinesis, the ability to move objects with one's hand. He could only ever lift small objects ever since he was a child, until 20 years later. Present day, all he ever does is punish. Trim that down just a tad. Actually, let me skip this one. That was a little jarring after hearing it what feels like 3 times. He once had a wife whom he met during the time in the war. He loved her more than anything. So much that he was willing to risk his life, which he did. During the time, there was a murderer going around the country committing unregretful murders on innocent people for their money. One day, he turned up at our town, our peaceful little town. This town's people aren't very rich, but the mayor is very wealthy. He is also well known around the country for his rather small home. The murderer knew of this and decided to give him a visit. The murderer walked peacefully up the road, like any person would at the time. That was until he reached the mayor's house and he pulled out a gun. He took a swift turn up to the mayor's drive, climbed the small steps and knocked his scar-covered hand on the door. The mayor opened the door to have a revolver pointed at his head. A sudden panic came over him as he ran into his living room and shut the door, but to no avail. The murderer kicked the door straight down in just a few seconds. He cocked the gun and pointed it towards the mayor's wife, while saying the words, "Hello and goodbye." She screamed as the mayor jumped out to stop him, but instead got a bullet straight to his brain, supposedly killing him. The murderer pointed his gun back at his wife, cocked the gun and shot her. The weapon was so loud that the authorities heard it and came to see it. They quickly ran into the room and surrounded the man. One police officer noticed the mayor lying unconscious on the floor. He was sent to a hospital as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. It feels like alliteration. The doctors gave a diagnosis as near fatal, and the mayor was lucky to be alive. The only injury left him blind, and he lost the ability to move or talk. The only thing anyone could use to describe his emotions was through his face. The only expression he ever gave was a face of revenge. Present day, it's been decades since the events of that murder. All that time, he had used to develop his psychic powers to a grand tier. So much that the only thing he ever does is wait and wait until someone says any form of greeting. If that person ever does this, they die. I am paranoid. I can't leave. There's a bad side to being in my family. Every 2 generations of my family has mute males. So all you can do is written to explain anything. If I leave, he will get me. If I have to stay here, I have to stay here, for I am his neighbor. He only lives in the house on the left. He can hear everything I can say. If I do, he will kill me. Because unfortunately, the only thing I can ever say is, hello. I'm writing this to warn you of my town. If you can read this, move. If you are unlucky enough to have read after revisiting our new neighborhood, it would only be because you have one person you have yet to see in the house on the left. Okay. I do like some of these like warning stories. Again, if I'm gonna go back to Curse of Strahd D&D, there's a letter that you find on a corpse that's supposed to go to you or to any adventurers from the mayor. The mayor is dead, and he basically tells you, leave us for naught and seal this place away and leave us to our whims in weeping Barovia. It's really interesting. If you get a chance to read some of the things in there, I do recommend it. If you don't play D&D or if you don't care about spoilers, definitely check it out. Ow! My arms. House. I have moved to a house in Illinois with my son Robin a few years ago. He was only 4 years old, so he wouldn't have remembered this. I was moving into this house because it was cheap. It was also old, from 1865, which I like. When I was moving in, I thought I saw something out the corner of my eye. I thought I was seeing things. I was moving my parakeets into the living room. I noticed that they were more inactive than usual. I just thought they were nervous coming to a new place. When they set up near a new place, they were all looking at the corner of the room. I looked curiously to find nothing. When I was done putting everything on, it was dark and I was ready for bed. When I was about to fall asleep, I heard footsteps. I told Robin to go back to bed, but I kept hearing footsteps. I got up and went to find him. I went to his room, but to my surprise, he was asleep. I looked around, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw the same thing again, but this time I heard a whisper. I couldn't understand what the heck it was saying. I went back to bed and had a dream about 2 women from the mid-1800s. They were at the front of my house. They were talking about Abraham's death. I tried to tell them that Abraham Lincoln was not around in 2005, but they weren't listening to me. It was like I was a ghost. Then a man walks up to one of them and proposes. He then says, "Will you marry me?" The woman replies, "Yes, I do." I then woke up. It was 6:07 a.m. I was startled to wake up at this time. I went to work and sent Robin to preschool. I worked from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. Jesus! Wait, hold on. Is that? No. I get confused. When the AM to PM is actually translated. I assume this has to be PM then after that point. I got back home and I picked up Robin from preschool. Yeah, it'd have to be. 7, 9, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So a 5-hour shift. Okay, never mind. I'm crazy. I was like, night. All I did for the rest of the day was watch TV with Robin all day. When I went back to bed, I saw that figure again. And it tried to attack me, but it didn't hurt me at all. I was scared, but I sucked it up like a man and went to bed that night. I had the same dream, but it continued this time. It was after the wedding, but then they went to bed with someone. But when they went to bed, someone went into their house and murdered them. He then dragged their bodies into a secret room in my house. It was in my living room corner. He put them into wooden tombs and left the scene. I saw him kill a lot of people and drag them into the tomb until someone killed them. Until someone killed him. The guy who killed him tried to kill me, but I woke up. It was 6:07 a.m. again. I wanted to look at the corner, and I did. I actually found a hidden door. And then found a wooden tomb. I slowly opened it, and what really startled me was I found skeletons in there. I then called 911 and they examined the tombs. They said, if I find anything else, if anything else happens, tell us. Nothing happened then and now. That's experiences people have had. Like, there's people who've had similar experiences where they have a dream about a new place they go in, and they end up finding secrets about the house, and, like, that feels like an incredible amount of intuition. Like, it's something I can really appreciate. Houseboat. In a private terminal at the port of Boston, there is a houseboat. This houseboat has been anchored there permanently for at least 50 years. The eccentric owner has maintained all fees and taxes and is in good standing with the port authority. Still, even if the owner wasn't financially responsible, no one would ask them to depart. Despite the owner's friendly, hospitable, if odd nature, there was a persistent air of unease around the boat in the area of the port surrounding. Very few people have taken the owner up on the offer of hospitality, but those who do recount a wholly unbelievable tale. When you step into the houseboat, it's as if you were sent backwards 50 years in time. Looking out windows depicts a cityscape of antiquity, and the television receives live broadcasts of programming from the era, including no news programs. If you look out the open door, you see the city as it stands today. When the door closes, you can see the 50-year-old skyline through the port opening. Some visitors who spend time with the owner notice something particularly disturbing, an almost uncanny resemblance to their host. Despite obvious age differences, though this is odd, the owner is friendly and trustworthy. Ignoring the air of unease most feel, it isn't surprising if casual friendships build between a guest and the proprietor. All this would, of course, be very strange and worthy of note, but dismissed as some sort of elaborate hoax or illusion. If it weren't for one additional detail, whenever someone elects to spend the night in the houseboat after an evening of conversation and a few drinks, they are never heard from again. When the guest awakens in the morning, the owner is nowhere to be found, and suddenly the city skyline never changes back to its contemporary appearance when exiting the boat. Under the bed, there are 2 briefcases filled to the brim with $100 bills. Resting on top of the bedside lies a letter stapled to a list of instructions. The letter simply reads, You have 50 years to follow these steps if you wish to get yourself out of this mess. The clock is ticking. Get to work, and good luck. Huh. That's kind of neat. I really like this concept. What are you expected to do, though? Like, when you say get yourself out of this mess, what is the mess exactly? That you're back 50 years ago? Are you trying to basically escape the boat? Or the 50-year backwards time loop? Because it looks like you're actually sent back 50 years. I don't know, that's weird. I like the concept. I'd like to see how it can resolve, though. Havel. They wouldn't let him leave for days for even the slightest offense. They wouldn't let him leave for days for even the lightest offense. He could leave a streak of gravy on his plate and be locked in that old drafty shed for a week. After years, it became less a punishment and more of a kind of coldly appointed stable. The floor was earth, debris, and excrement. The chain on the flimsy door was a laughable but stern means of keeping him confined, and it turned his bedroom outhouse prison cell into a sad majority of his hours since birth. In the beginning, the tremors he'd feel as he slept and the slight depression in the dirt were dismissed just as that, light tremors. But as the years wore on, the trembling he felt just below himself would persist in an area known for its visual lack of overall seismic activity. He'd become curious and ultimately began digging at the bottom of his bedding area. After about 4 feet of hacking away at clay with an aluminum pipe, the ground gave way. He found himself in what seemed to be a tunnel of sorts, the bottom of which was stamped hard as concrete. It was damp. It had a steady flow of cool air blowing through it. He thought, as it occurred to him almost immediately, that he could seize the opportunity to explore the hole. Since he was denied human contact, his fear of the unknown did an almost astonishing about-face, and he became more curious than an off-balance wild kitten. He crawled like a soldier into the hold, past the light into the dark. He found nothing, and became bored after he crawled 30 or so feet. He reversed himself, and emerged from the hole, thoroughly disappointed. That night, he slept across the shed from the hole. He fell asleep with relative ease as the result of the utter disappointment. His mind was fixated on the matter, but rather he threw out all the thoughts. His mind wasn't fixated on the matter, but rather he threw out all thoughts and forced himself into an early slumber. As he finally started to drift, he heard an odd sound. It was truly puzzling, as he hadn't heard anything quite like it before, and he frustratedly rose from his new spot of sleep. The sun had just barely dipped below the tree line, to the scant amount of light provided a restrictive glimpse into the hole as he peered into the edge of his old slumber pit. The sound was faint, but prominent, and growling and growing in volume. He admitted to himself that he was afraid, but held his ground, seemingly rooted in spot. It was horror, pure terror, if you will, that flowed through him as a large hand ripe with liver mortis. Supposed to be rigor mortis? Liver mortis, creaking, reached out of the hole and aimed and aided in pulling a naked, pungent, human-like shape from the tunnel. What's liver mortis? Is that a thing, or is that something being misspelled? I was like, I don't know what the thing is. A sign of death that occurs. Or have I had it wrong? Oh, okay. I'm not going to show this on screen, but I see what it's like. Everything becomes red. It's like everything becomes bruise, almost. And then rigor mortis is something else. Okay, I didn't know. The stiffening of muscles. And that occurs when blood settles in the lower parts of the body after death. Okay. Now I understand. I know what that is now. So... I'm confused. So something's coming out, right? That's it? I'm just... It's like you released something that was down there? Like, we don't know what it is the issue. I don't know what's expected, and maybe that's the fill-in-the-blank part, but I don't know. Alright. How SpongeBob started. People can tell you anything they want, but this is how SpongeBob actually started. The man that would eventually come up with the idea for SpongeBob had a history for DUI. He had been to court many times before, with his mother always having to bail him out, but this time, court would not be needed. After a night of drinking at the bar, he decided to drive off and go home. He went alone and had no designated driver. He stumbled and tipped as he walked to his car. He drove about 2 miles before getting into a serious car accident. His car spun off-road and hit a nearby tree. He was immediately rushed to the hospital by helicopter. He miraculously survived the crash with a price. In the crash, he had sustained a very bad head injury. His brain would not work properly for the rest of his life. The doctors decided it would be best if he was put in a coma. In the coma, the man began to have extremely messed and disturbed dreams. Fucking Apaches? Oof. Hey! Okay, so you're using your other account. Okay, so you're yeah, Spliffy. It's still Spliffy. Zoot Spliff. Yeah, how's it going? Damn Apache went over my house again. Nice. Congratulations on that first stream, by the way. That's awesome. Alright, continuing. In his dreams, he was a talking underwater sponge, all they named SpongeBob SquarePants, who had no control over himself or his actions. He had weird friendships with a continuously senseless starfish and an angered, paranoid squid. Paranoid? Eh. It goes, buddy, and yeah, it's been busy, and much appreciated, my dude. Yeah, I'm glad it went well. As his dreams progressed, his thoughts began to become so particular that even after he woke up from his coma, he could still not understand them. He would dream about doing odd things like blowing bubbles or using a butterfly net to catch jellyfish. A daredevil squirrel named Sandy, who who was also created in his dreams. She would roam around ranting about Texas and trying to get SpongeBob to do certain dangerous things. SpongeBob thought of other sea creatures too. A cheap crab whose sole desire was money, a plankton whose sole purpose was to get a secret formula, a buff lobster who surfboarded, and an abundance of other creatures that would later be known in the show as fillers. After SpongeBob woke up from his coma, he did not come out the same. He told his mom and any other of his friends he came across in the hospital. One of his friends was any agent who coincidentally worked for Nickelodeon. After telling this idea to his supervisor, and after adding several new aspects to the idea, a new animated series would be coming out. All names and characters were products of his imagination. Clothes were added later, as he originally deemed all characters naked. Even though most of the success of Nickelodeon in the new millennium was from SpongeBob, the man could never really appreciate any of that success. His dreams still haunted him to the point of him committing suicide, but without his sacrifice, the world would have missed out on one of the most successful animated TV shows of all time. Or have they? It's a SpongeBob origin story. Holy shit! God damn it! I will never get used to that. Ha! Bright rating of crafting nonsense. How's it going, Dr. Bright? Or is it like a pimp named Slickback where I have to say the whole thing? You always have to say the great Dr. Blight. Bright. Not Blight. Oh. I did this to myself. I made that noise. Very clear. Oh. Big ol' sip of tea. I'm gonna go back to Creepypasta. Oh, you can say Bright. You have to say the whole thing. It doesn't work. Alright. Oh, this one has a credit. Holy shit. There's a credit on this one. Thank goodness. I want to credit people. I don't know where half these stories, they're mostly anonymous. Okay. How this ends. I need to revamp this whole playlist. How this ends. There were parties that night, but I elected to spend it alone, drinking and snorting the last of my priceless heroin on a wooden bluff overlooking the sea, capturing what quiet I could on my own terms, and determined to meet the last day sober. I woke caked in vomit and pain as the sun arose, and trickled down to the beach, relishing in the cool salt breeze that on my chapped face. As I plunged my face into the water, I heard a tiny wail of joy, and turned in mute disbelief. A child raced down the beach, trailed by his mother, as public opinion had slid into the open hatred of those who knowingly reproduced births had become unheard of. I swam in a wash of emotions, raw fury at manifest selfishness, an aching nameless joy, 1,000 other twinges of head and heart. In the last decade, when it was clear that nothing could divert the comet's path, the final gas of propaganda's engine had repeated the final message: don't make it worse. I rose fist-balled, but my shout of indignant protest died on my lips. The earth trembled. A passing... Shut the fuck up, phone. I didn't ask you if you're a goddamn bullshit. Damn right. That's what I said. Better listen. Anyway. The earth trembled. A passing shockwave underfoot. The impact was hours ago. in the steeps. Is that supposed to be steeples? Steeples of Asia. The wall of fire and pressure had made its solemn journey around the world to us. The girl was swept into her mother's arms. They looked serenely at me. Twin eyes of green sea. For a moment, I boarded Epiphany. Guilt washed in behind the tide of anger. Then it was gone, and I was empty at last. I love you, whispered the mother, holding the child close. I sighed. God damn fucking, I will destroy your whole family. You dirty little bastard. I turned... give me the notifications. Alright, notifications off right now. Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're good. We're good! Okay. I sighed, and the air grew dim and thick with the onrush of steam. My vision clouded, and I turned to the sea one final time. Credited to Joseph K. So this is an apocalyptic event. Alright, Dr. Bright, I hope your stream continues going. Yeah, continues going well, but I'm going to bed. Also, your phone wants your attention. Yeah, I see that. It's a little shit. Well, you have a good... I hope you get a good sleep. Hope everything's doing well. And I hope your stream was well. Have a good night, and try not to let too much draw your mind. God knows there's a lot of these stories that are terrible. And you know what? Here's one for you. If you ever want to, if you just want to put your mind at ease or something to laugh at real quick, look up House in the Will. Or, I guess you can go back later. I don't know. But yeah, it's a good one. Made me laugh. Okay, so this is a cataclysmic event. I assume a meteor is what it sounds like. Either that or it... Yeah, it'd have to be a meteor because it went from one side of the Earth to the other. Interesting. I wonder how fast that travels. And Joseph K. I mean, that was well written, if nothing else. Very well written. I would like to see an expansion of like more that happened. Like I could see like the prelude to what was happening there. I feel like it would start out with that, and then you would just see the story beforehand, and then just a catalog of people's lives as they went through it. That's at least what I can imagine. Interesting. Very interesting. How to Destroy Angels. In 1984, industrial group Coil released their first single EP, How to Destroy Angels. The EP was 16 unbroken minutes of dark ambient sound and mechanical clacking. The EP garnered praise for its new stylistic take on the industrial genre that had been set forth by groups such as Throbbing Gristle and Nurse with Wounds. Coil continued to release several albums over the next few years until 2004, when member John Balance died tragically after falling out of a second-story window of the band's home. It should be noted that when Balance died, How to Destroy Angels was left on repeat. Following Balance's death, Peter Sleazy Christopherson rejoined the industrial group Throbbing Gristle and began touring. Sadly, Christopherson died in his sleep in 2010. After searching Christopherson's home, he found a CD of How to Destroy Angels inside his laptop. The time it had been played was at least 30 minutes before his estimated time of death. The list of strange incidents involving this album have not ended there. On the front of the album, the words "ritual music for the accumulation of male sexual energy." Is it worth being noted that in the cases where victims were being kidnapped and subjugated to sexual torture or ARD, the CD has often appeared in the possession of the criminal, and the criminal is almost always in the state of euphoria or in a trance-like state. If you find How to Destroy Angels online, please do not listen to it, though experts are not sure, as it assumed that the music was developed with the use of occultist rituals and could prove fatal. I assume added by Robot Cat. So, I mean, I can assume this is hokey, but there is like a grain of truth in regards to being able to alter your state of mind, not just with music in and of itself, but using. There was I'm pretty sure it's illegal to listen to it, but there's a strain of music, and I say strain very carefully, because basically what it is it's music that gets you high. Like, it does something to your mind and changes the way your brain is thinking and seeing things in mind, so that way things will affect differently or something. I don't know. But a way of getting high through certain kinds of sound waves. You hit certain parts, and I actually had a when I was playing guitar a lot, I had this multi-effect foot pedal where you could set effects and stuff. And we set it to this thing, and we just called it Witch's Brew, I think, like a haunting witch's brew or something like that. And it was like this thing, and actually I felt my mind like have this weird buzz from it. I would try and recreate. I have no idea what the hell the settings were, and that thing was long since screwed up. So, but it was interesting for that to be an experience, because I felt like my eyes vibrate in a weird way. So that's a thing. So I'm wondering if this has anything to do with that, as far as being a grain of truth. So I don't know. All right. Human nature. Stonehenge. Oop, this is a scary story from my childhood. Enjoy. Okay. All right. One day, me and my friends were on our holidays. We were going to visit Stonehenge. Don't be long, instructed my parents. We walked into it and looked awesome. We scaled around it. We found a girl, very skinny, crouching down. She seemed to be crying, and then she stopped. She was holding something. She started to cry again. She hid her face close to it. She stopped and turned. Her face was very thin, and her arms long and frail. She brought what seemed like... She brought what she was holding close to us. I covered my friend's eyes immediately. It was a hearth she had been eating. Hearth she had been eating? By Nightmares Evans. It's supposed to be events? I don't know. Do I have a misunderstanding? I thought a hearth was like a mantelpiece type thing. What is a hearth? I have been... A hearthstone. The word hearth has multiple meanings, including floor fireplace, a place where the fire is kept, a brazier or chafing dish, a region of innovative ideas, a book. Hearth is a book by, okay, a clarinet's a restaurant, a program, a contracting, a brick, stone, or concrete area in front of a fireplace. A brick, a stone, or concrete area. Like she was eating Stonehenge? What the fuck? I mean, what am I supposed to get from that picture, though? That doesn't look... Unless it was supposed to be heart. It was a heart she was being... Is that what it was meant to be said? Because that looks more like a heart. Buddy. I hope that's what you meant. Nightmare Evans. I mean... It's not that good of a story. This is very much... He said it's a scary story from your childhood, so I don't know what to expect. I think I remember this one. Have I done this one on my channel? I think so. I can do a clip on this one. Let me get the one away from words. Humpty Dumpty. We all know the nursery rhyme, Humpty Dumpty, right? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. It never said he was an egg. Yeah, let me clip the shit out of that. We all know the nursery rhyme, Humpty Dumpty, right? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. It never said he was an egg. It's probably good enough. Alright, it's done. Alright. I mean, yeah, it didn't. What? Why is Humpty Dumpty an egg in the first place? Like, depiction-wise. I really don't know. Hungry places. The words of man often take on a life of their own beyond what is intended for them. Cold War veterans are nodding, thinking of those dirty communists, I'm sure. Some lives are more bizarre and more sinister than others, however. There are locations in this world referred to by a variety of names. I call them hungry places. But other people have different names. A hungry place is like a Venus flytrap, an innocuous, perhaps slightly strange. It has a certain appeal. A cheap grand suite at a luxurious hotel, an unbelievably affordable apartment, a well-preserved 80s sedan. A hungry place is created accidentally, most of the time. Hotels are common due to suicides, and murders, but they are hardly alone. For example, I knew of a 50s refrigerator once that had a taste for dogs and the occasional child, but I'm getting off track. The point is, death can leave an impression on its witness. Like a wolf that's tasted human blood, a hungry place can no longer be trusted. Most are weak. You'll find yourself uncomfortable, perhaps depressed. Your skin may itch and you may hesitate to touch surfaces. Hungry places aren't particularly intelligent. They know how to crouch in the grass like any predator, and their intelligence is of a snapshot sort. The remnants of their minds, of those they've consumed. Other places, however, old places. They are fat and cunning with age and success, and they are eternally hungry. Should you ever find yourself in a place where the wallpaper ripples like flesh out of the corner of your eye, and a smell like spoiled meat teases your sinuses, leave by any means possible. Once the jaws of the Venus flytrap close, the fly never escapes. That's interesting. Yeah, so that I think that's kind of one of those when things are alluring for some reason, and bids you to come in and stuff like that. It's like the attraction to all these haunted places, or just something that's off-putting. That's like, I need to know what's there. That kind of thing. There's something not right about this this chest. I feel like I want to get into it for some reason. That kind of thing. Hunted. Another weird one. Another weird one was a PC game. But I tend to find these a little less mysterious. It's a mimic, don't fall for it. Of course it is. Oh, you know what? That whole story could just be about mimics. Yeah, the whole thing is just mimics. Yeah, we're back to D&D, motherfucker. Roll to see if you can tell. Haunted. Another weird one was a PC game, but I tend to find these a little less mysterious. I got it on a CD from a friend. Nat 5. He knows I love these. I like Goat Jump. I don't really know anything about it. I'm gonna have to go from memory here. I lost the disc. Probably got scratched to fuck. I used to take terrible care of discs. My friend just said to come in something he bought called Super Multipack. One of those collections of shoddy PC games you used to see in stores all the time, like for like $8. Wish I could find that thing, because I never managed to finish it. The game itself was called The Hunted. It seemed inspired by one of those old-fashioned point-and-click adventure games. Starting up reveals a spark splash screen with the words The Hunted and a copyright for some company. I think it was Unigame or Unigames. Anyway, the splash screen goes down with the press of any button, though it got my attention once. At first, all you hear is a generic creepy music. Generally, I just started it right away. However, I got up to get myself a can of Coke once, and kind of sidetracked, being in the house. I came back and I can hear breathing in the back of the soundtrack. I never heard it before because the splash screen ditty was pretty short and seemed to loop. Anyway, breathing gets louder and more ragged, then suddenly stops, along with the music. A loud male scream is played, and then the track loops again. I thought it was a nice touch. When you start The Hunted, a screen comes up telling you what's going on. Obviously, I can't quote it word for word, but it tells the player that he inherited a house from his grandfather recently dead, and that you went to go check it out. Pretty typical stuff. You start the game in the house's foyer, and the game is 2D and shot from overhead. Your character walks forward a bit and messes with some furniture. You find a journal and get to read the last entry. A suicide note from your grandfather, who was supposed to have died of cancer or something. Only line I remember specifically was, "I can't run from the hunter any longer." That sounds like the one you'd remember, like, out of something like that. The game takes the form of you exploring the house and looking for clues about your grandfather and this hunter. It's fucking huge and generally pretty bland. It's easy to get lost. Progress affects gameplay. Occasionally doors won't open to the right place later in the game. Music appears to have been a fixation for the dev, and it gives you hints that things are going well or are going wrong, getting worse, getting more discordant and ominous with time. Notably, the soundtrack is occupied by a stylized heartbeat in all of its forms. This heartbeat speeds up as you find out pretty generic pretty generic herp derp curse ancient evil information about the house and your family's history. Failure is time related, and the clue is branching. If you take too long, noted by the heartbeat speeding up on the frantic non-heartbeat speed, you'll hear a door creak open and the screen will go black. You hear the words, "I found you," and the game goes back to the splash screen. I am curious. This sounds fucking cool. Only the strong survive. No, that's not what I'm looking for. This is an old game. It's a top-down. I'm trying to find it. Does he know about when it was? People. I don't think this is it. No. I mean, there is the Hunted on Steam, but that's something else. And it's $7. But that's not what I'm looking for. Old PC game? The Hunted is a horror themed exploration game available on Steam. The game is playable, so it's not what I'm looking for. Hunted side scroller. There's Hunted, but that's not what it is it? 1996. Nah, I'm not finding it. I was gonna see if it was like something that's been there before. Oh well. I'm not finding it. Too bad. Too fucking bad. I was gonna say, that sounds like a badass fucking get. Wait, I didn't try looking up Unigame. Unigames. Unigames The Hunted. No, it's just bringing up the recent movie, the recent remake. It looks like. Tactical level. Horror game. Forged in the dark, powered by the apocalypse and blank. Yeah, I don't think. What about top down? Nope. Okay, I'm not finding it. Oh well. We'll move on. Oh. I might be able to get this one in a Hush Little Baby, Leatherface. I might be able to get this one in under a minute. Hush little baby, Leatherface. Hush little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird, and if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring, and if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass, and if that looking glass gets broke, Mama's gonna buy you a billy goat. Hush, little baby, don't say a word, and if that billy goat doesn't pull, Mama's gonna buy you a cart and bull, and if that cart and bull turns over, Mama's gonna buy you a dog named Rover, and if that dog named Rover won't bark, Mama's gonna buy you a horse and cart, and if that horse and cart falls down, will you still be the sweetest baby in town? Nah, I'm not gonna clip that. Added by White Yomahime. I know it's just a creepy. This is the actual thing. I don't know why it says Leatherface. I don't think that. I think that's just the whole rhyme, isn't it? Mockingbird to diamond ring to looking glass to billy goat to cart and bull, dog named Rover, horse and cart. I don't know why these things are like, even if it's in the series, I don't see how it matters. Anyway, I don't know. It's there. Guess I'll end up on YouTube eventually, which I need to fucking start uploading these. I've got like fucking 60 odd videos that they just need the SEO treatment and a little bit of editing. Maybe a little bit of blur in certain sections. But I got a bunch of videos that need to be uploaded. Hush, my little darling. Hush. It is in the day 5. Yes, we know. It is the same. It goes to show. Hush, my darling. The weather is fine. The birds are chirping. The sun will shine. Hush, my little darling. No need to struggle. No need to try and make the gears on your car toggle. You can't run as fast as I can. You can't see me, but soon you'll understand. Wrapping my arms around you, all uptight, soon you are in for a wonderful night. At the end of this page, my message awaits for all those who took the bait. Thank you for your time, but don't fret. Now my hands are covered in grime. Can't run now, it's too late. Don't need to worry about those papers you'll need to collate. The crows will be flying while you are left dying. Maybe you should have listened. There was a reason the trees bristled. Dear reader, the above is a carving found on a wall. A body was found there, with his hand ripped off and placed over his mouth, which had been sewn shut. No suspects have been found. Remember, you should listen to those who have experience. I think that's enough to clip. While you are left dying, you can't run as fast as I can. You can't. Hush, my little darling, no need to struggle. Hush, my little chirping. Hush, my darling, the weather is fine. The bird in the day 5. Yes, we know. Hush, my little darling, left dying. I think I can do this. Cancel. No, I think I can do this in a minute. In about a minute. Hush, my little darling. Hush, it is the day 05. Yes, we know. It is the same. It goes to show. Hush, my darling, the weather is fine. The birds are chirping and the sun will shine. Hush, my little darling, no need to struggle. You need to try and make the gears on your car toggle. You can't run as fast as I can. You can't see me, but soon you'll understand. Wrapping my arms around you up all tight, soon you're in for a wonderful night. At the end of this page, my message waits for all those who took the bait. Thank you for your time, but don't fret. How my hands are covered in grime. Can't run now, it's too late. Don't worry about those papers you need to collate. The crows will be flying while you are left dying. Maybe you should have listened, for the reason the trees bristled. Dear reader, the above is a carving found on a wall. A body was found there, with his hand ripped off and placed over his mouth, which had been sewn shut. No suspects have been found. Remember, you should listen to those who have experience. I think that hit it. Can't run now, it's too late. Run as fast as we know. It is the same. Yes, we know. It is the same. It goes to show. Hush, my darling, the weather is fine. The birds are chirping and the sun will shine. Darling. Hush, it is the day 05. Yes, we know. Little darling. Hush, my little darling. Have been found. Remember. Hush, my little darling. Wall, a body was found there with his hand ripped off and placed over his mouth. You know what? I could clip out. Can't run now, it's too late. Don't worry about those papers you need to collate. The crows will be flying while you are left dying. Maybe you should have listened, for the reason the trees bristled. Dear reader, the above is a carving. Play, damn it. The crows will be flying while you are left dying. Crows will be flying while you are left dying. Maybe you should have listened. Hush, my little darling. Come on, play it. For the reason the trees bristled. Hush, my little darling. Hush, it is the day 05. Yes, we know. It is the same. It goes to show. Hush, my darling, the weather is fine. The birds are chirping and the sun will shine. Hush, my little darling. No that's fine. That works, that works. And publishing clip. There we go. Cool. That works. That was interesting. A little poem. And oh, this is by Edgar Allan Poe. Some of these stories are in here too. Hymn to Aristogiton and Harmodius by Edgar Allan Poe. 1. Writhed in myrtle, my sword I'll conceal, like those champions devout and brave. They have plunged into the tyrant their steel, and to Athens deliverance gave. 2. Beloved heroes, your deathless souls roam in the joy breathing isles of the blessed, where the mighty of old have their home. Our Achilles and Diamond rest. 3. In flesh myrtle my blade I'll entwine, like Harmodius, the gallant and good, when he made at the tutelar shrine a liberty of tyranny's blood. 4. Ye deliverance of Athens from shame, ye avengers of liberty's wrongs, endless ages shall cherish your fame, embalmed with their echoing songs. Is this really deep? Like, this just seems like a take on a Roman or Greek thing. I don't know. I haven't read all that much Poe. There's a bunch that I like. This one, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. It's a stoy. It is there, I guess. Hymn by Edgar Allan Poe. At morn, at noon, at twilight dim, Moria, thou hast heard my hymn. In joy and woe, in good and ill, Mother of God, be with me still. When the hours fly brightly by, and not a cloud obscured the sky, my soul, lest it should taunt be, thy grace did guide to thine and thee. Now, when storms of fate o'ercast darkly my present and my past, let my future radiant shine with sweet hopes of thee and thine. I mean, it's there. Something's there. Alright. Sorry, there's things happening on this group text that I've been trying to ignore for several minutes. And oh my god. Let me just make sure there's nothing important. I fucking hate this. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. That's nothing important. No one's trying to call me about work. That was some fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it's another Edgar Allan Poe. Not much for me to say. This just seems like being hopeful, like everything's kind of sucked ass. And now he's just like, please be the light in my darkness. I need some, I need something. A little more, or whatever. Alright. I might be able to do this one in a clip. Hyperjumper. It's nighttime, midnight to be exact. You look up at the sky and wonder what's out there. Glowing golden stars adorn your planet's ceiling. Airplanes and other human craft glide and soar through the air at day. But not tonight. It is completely clear. Suddenly, a red flash causes you to blink. When you recover, an orange streak flashes across the sky. What is that? You say to yourself. It makes you wonder, what's up in that strange universe that we call home? Yeah, it's not bad. What's out there? Hyperjumper. Hyperjumper. Home. Hyperjumper. It's nighttime, midnight to be exact. You look up at the sky and wonder what's out there. Glowing golden stars adorn your planet. Hyperjumper, okay. Human craft glide and soar through the air at day, but not tonight. It is completely clear. A red flash causes you to blink. When you recover, an orange streak flashes across the sky. What is that? You say to yourself. It makes you wonder, what's up in that strange universe? Alright. I assume you're able to hear me editing that. Yeah, like, are you able to hear that? It should be when I do that clip. Are you actually hearing that? Because I don't know. I have a strong curiosity. Hyper realistic. Hey, it's John Cleese. I heard another. Really? Really? You heard nothing. So, like, you didn't hear me editing the clip I just... Okay. That's interesting. I heard the sound of your mecha... Oh. Fucking... My voice is trash. I need to take care of my voice more. Like, for the most part, I pretty much stopped vaping, but, like, there was this one vape juice. It was, French toast flavored, and it was by Crumble, and I had it in a zero. I'll fucking vape that shit fucking, like, more than any chain smoker, just constantly. It's fucking delicious. I've got tea. I've got tea. My lovely Whiffman has gotten me tea. Okay. Oh god, this is satirical. I hope I can fit this. This is super satirical, and you'll see why. Because, like... this story's gonna be satirical because the whole hyper-realistic bullshit, like, took over for a while. And, drew people fucking crazy. So, I'm gonna try and get this in enough that it'll fit in a clip. Hyper-realistic. There was the hyper-realistic man who was haunted by hyper-realistic dreams during my hyper-realistic sleep before I hyper-realistically woke up. One hyper-realistic morning, I opened my hyper-realistic eyes only to find that my hyper-realistic sheets had been torn off my hyper-realistic bed and strewn about my hyper-realistic room. I decided that my hyper-realistic brain to jump out of my hyper-realistic bed to find the cause of this, only to notice that when my hyper-realistic feet touched the hyperrealistic carpet, it was damp. Looking down with my hyperrealistic eyes, I saw that it was covered in hyperrealistic blood. I opened my hyperrealistic mouth to scream, but hyperrealistic blood started to pour out, and my hyperrealistic eyes became filled with hyperrealistic blood, tears. Due to the massive loss of hyperrealistic blood, I died, and then the hyperrealistic skeleton popped out. Ooh! I needed that. Apparently, I'm guessing by Trogdorbad. It was damp. Looking down to jump out of my hyper-realistic. There was the hyper-realistic. Yes, it fits. Hyper-realistic. There was the hyper-realistic man who was haunted by hyper-realistic dreams during my hyper-realistic sleep. My hyper-realistic eyes became filled with hyper-realistic blood, tears. Due to the massive loss of hyper-realistic blood, I died, and then the hyper-realistic skeleton popped out. Ooh! Yeah, that one's going. That one's gotta go. This one definitely needed to be, because hyper-realistic was such a goddamn played-out bullshit. Okay, that's done. No actual tea, good sir. Time is great. Try your teas with local honey. I've done that. I've done that. It's... My taste for honey isn't that good. I don't care for the taste of honey, but I'll use it like with like a mint tea. It does pretty well. I think we still have some local honey somewhere. Small amounts. I like to sweeten things up though. Or bee pollen. I haven't had pollen. And hello, Pokemon Hack ROM based on Hypno's Creepypasta, running on Game Boy Advance. Audio-visual evidence. Oh. Okay. One has a better sweet and floral taste. Oh. I don't think that's something you can generally get at stores, so it has to be local, I imagine. Hypno's Lullaby, hacked cartridge based on Creepypasta. Alright. Hypno's Lullaby, hacked cartridge based on the Creepypasta. This hack based on Hypno's Lullaby Creepypasta played, recorded, and uploaded to YouTube by the user 7G06 proves that the possible inserted hacked ROMs in a cartridge and play them in a real console and not on an emulator. Is the first hack which shows audiovisual evidence of a hacked cartridge and create the possibility of other hack ROMs, should be ROM hacks, like Lost Silver Hidden and Pokemon Cursed Black could be real. I'll get you a source, bud. Oh, cool. Send it to me on Messenger. I want to look at this. See if the video's still up. The thing here that's supposed to be here, there should be an image here, but it's not there. Why? Oh. Wait. Oh, it's gone. The Creepypasta wiki is gone. Shit. Alright, well, fuck. I was really interested in seeing that, too. I mean, I know there's people who know how to put ROM hacks on cartridges. I get that. I was just really looking forward to seeing that. Damn it. Motherfucker. Alright. Alright. Let's see if there's another one I can put into. Oh, I'm in the eyes! We got past the H's. We're in the eyes. The eyes of the beholder. Okay. I am at peace. Your mind is calm. Your mind is calm. You are at peace. You are at peace. You have no regrets. You have no regrets. You have no fears. You have no fears. You have no friends. You have no friends. You have no family. You have no family. You are a machine. You are a machine. You follow orders. You follow orders. You kill on command. You kill on command. All must die. All must die. None will be spared. None will be spared. When you are done, you will kill yourself. You will kill yourself. Your mind is calm. Your mind is calm. You are at peace. You are at peace. I am at peace. I think that was under a minute. We got past the H's. We're in the I. Okay. I am at peace. Your mind is calm. Your mind is calm. You are at peace. You are at peace. You have no regrets. You have no regrets. You have no fears. You have no fears. You have no friends. You have no friends. You have no family. You have no family. You are a machine. You are a machine. You follow orders. You follow orders. I thought it was like a repeat thing. All must die. None will be spared. None will be spared. When you are done, you will kill yourself. You will kill yourself. Your mind is calm. Your mind is calm. You are at peace. You are at peace. I am at peace. I am at peace. Your mind is calm. Your mind is There we go. And published. Cool. You know, I think it's really interesting. I've been throwing up these clips. It's easy to do it on these because they're all short. So it's not nearly as like taxing to do any of this. So I am like really, I do like being able to do this, but I know at some point I won't be able, once I start getting into 2 pages, there's not going to be any left to do that with. That's the part that sucks. It's time for a break. Okay. So, we're in the eyes. Oh my god. A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Alright, we're in the 9th letter. Cool. Alright, so I'm going to take another break. I'm not sure how much longer I'll go. But we made a fuck ton of progress, I think. Like, more than the scroll, than a page scroll, and I've got pretty small text on here. So, thank you for watching so far. Oh, I missed the SpongeBob one. You really didn't miss much, I promise you. This is all single pages right now. We're probably not going to get into, like, consistently good ones till you hit the 2 pages. There's just a lot of bad ones, unfortunately. The last one was alright, and I'm making clips of the short ones when I can, within reason, whether they're jokes or not. So feel free to look back at those. But man, yeah, once we get into the 2 pages, I won't be able to make clips of these anymore. That'll suck. But I'm about to take a break. So, thank you so far for watching. Feel free to get up, stretch your arms, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, get something to drink, pet a cat, pet a dog, do what it is you normally do when you're taking a break. I'll be gone for about 10 or 15 minutes. This is the intermission. Okay, I'm back. Oh. A lot of these, especially the Holder series, really do invoke that Lovecraft vibe. Yeah, that's true. I've been really interested in seeing how all the secrets behind the Holder series, because I have no clue. I really don't. Like, there's so much that could be. I have no idea where to take it. Alright, I don't know how much longer I'll stream, so I'll probably just till my wife goes to bed, and I mean, it'll be probably close to 5 hours. Okay. Here's a longer one. It's not 388 pages, but it'll be fine. It's not NES Godzilla. I am human. These are nights when I look up into the sky and wonder if free will is actually real. Then there is movement, and the thought fades away as another false trap to another end. Yet I understand the fate that has been bestowed upon me, and it is not the kind one, or even many would be able to handle it. A sick taboo that people ignore in culture, society, and community, but I am merely a person with the will to do only what is best for people. So, on those nights of questioning existence of my purpose, I simply hold tongue and continue to check off my list. My duty for the society is not a perfect job, but it keeps the operators at bay and away from the innocent. You see, where I come from, life is seen in a very crucial perspective. The rules here are as similar to your law, but our punishment is deliberately intolerable, and any utterance of difference, life is considered very valuable here. In this society, it is a fine example to kill those who kill others, to show that killing is bad. Innocent lives are a larger part of this land, and ensuring that they are safe is very vital. So my part here is very important. You see, I lurk deep in shadows, follow the tainted in darkness, and take out the targets in seconds. I destroy odd and unusual in the community. From birth, I was trained and ordered to learn tolerance of natural pain and numb out emotion. People seek comfort in me, knowing that I will protect them at all costs. With hands created by economy and weapons crafted by the men born of this soil, I have vowed to rid this land of intolerance. When there is outcry and chaos, I am sure to be found, ready to cut the voice short and restore order. My weapons never dull, and my hands never tire. I am here for reason, to keep all simply ordinary, and therefore this fate, guided by the divine, has led me here to this land. My society, my community, my people, they are my flock. I serve them and care for them. They keep me in their hearts and never go far without me. I would kill for them, risk their lives for me, pay a price for me. Would they kill for me? Risk their lives for me? Pay a price for me? And at all costs throw a whole lifetime away just to know that I will be there for the next generation. If this is all so, there must have never been a thing such as free will. For I stand example of fate, a child guided by hand to a cold assault rifle, and given in all-black uniform, forced to vow under scripted words of a divine being, a mere human being collecting souls of criminals and curing the land of sudden illness at all costs. These people praise me for my deeds and shower the operators with oil, gold, and blood diamonds, while I stand like a guard, waiting to be acknowledged. I am the sneers and words that jab the difference. I am the hate that bubbles in jealousy. I am the bullet, rope, pills, and blade that stop a life short, chosen by the operators and given the right by the divine. You may have seen me or glanced my way, but when we speak, or even when you just meet my eyes, your life will never be the same, because in those few seconds you will see my fate write the second section of your page here. That's incredibly interesting. Who are the operators? What is your role in killing these people? What are you considered? Type of soldier. You have an assault rifle and a black uniform. When you say different, is this like about war? The operators being like the people in charge, the governing bodies of the countries? Is that what it is? Oh, man. That's interesting. I am insane. I can feel it. The feeling of loss. I have lost all sense of right and wrong, good and bad, safe and danger, even up and down. My vision is as though I am in a permanent halfway dizzy spell. The world is tilting around me and my vision is cloudy and full of swirls. I wonder as to what it may be that is causing this, but I know in that small area of my mind that has yet to be corrupted, I am insane. Crazy, mad, a psycho, these words have passed for foul language here in the mental asylum. I use them constantly. That's what got me sent here, to the warden. He's not here yet, so I came here. This website they gave me so much joy and sent chills down my spine some time ago. I decided to take this chance to tell everyone my story. I'll try the best of my ability as my mind melts and my mind falls to bits. The nightmares have been haunting me for some time. Every time I fall into slumber, I am awoken by the echoing screams. This was my one true fear. The nightmares were of my family and friends. Everybody I care for is screaming in pain. The screams drove me slowly psychotic, I admit it. Eventually, They all saw me in an awful light, and someone called the men in white, so they took me away. I was betrayed by the ones I tried to protect. Nobody tried to help me. All they do is try to visit and tell me that they're sorry. They aren't sorry at all. They did nothing to get me out of here. I'll admit, I wasn't sane when I was dragged in here. But the screams and the moans from the inmates here are pure torture. I feel my sanity slipping away even quicker. One day, I'm going to escape here and murder the ones who sent me to this hell. I just heard the warden. He's coming. What if I can manage to attack him? I could knock him out and rob him of his keys. He is only human. I'm going to do it. I'm going to attack him. I'm going to take his keys. I'm going to escape. I'm going home. I'm going to kill my family and friends. I am insane. Ooh. That's dark. That's darkness. That's dark incarnate. That's madman. I might have to go back around and like figure out what it is that I particularly enjoy. Like ones that I particularly enjoy and like go, okay, this was cool. Let me do this one. Like as an official video for the ones I can't fit well. I am Never. Hello, humans. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Never. As you can tell by the title, I am a being that is currently unknown to some people, though I have appeared in the dreams of a user named Flatum878. He has been having recurring dreams about a nothing being named Zyandred. I am, however, in no relation of this creature, at least, not yet. I was found on Flatum 878's dream when he fell asleep on December 20th, 2011. He was walking down stone stairs and there was no absolute background other than that. Everything to the right and to the left was pitch black and visible to his eye. As he was walking down the stairs, he saw a wall that blocked his path, and whose words carved into the there was words carved into the wall. It seemed to be a story titled Never. Never. Hello, I am the unknown being, but you can infer who I am. My origin is unknown to you, but you will soon find out. In fact, there is something you will find out right now. My appearance. Look behind you. You will see me there. The appearance of Never. My host, Flatbomb878, looked behind himself, finding out that there was nothing there. He did, however, hear mumbling, presumably caused by me. He then looked back in front. He heard the same sound again, and then he looked back and saw me there. I was lying on the floor with no legs, no hands, a red rag covering my face, and a plain red shirt. At least that's what Flatum878 thinks it is. His dream ended with a large mumbled scream. He also thinks he saw a silhouette of a being right after that. Whoever could that be? Could it be a taco? Who knows? Get one of those taco truck mascots. It's like, what the fuck? And Dream gets super lucid and just like even more confused. I am not afraid. I'm headed to bed, I said. Good night. Good night, they replied. We'll be there in a minute. The boogeyman? Please. As that song goes, I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I'm gonna be 8 soon. I'm a big boy now. I don't have time for such kitty scares as creepy crawlies or the Slenderman. I took my nightlight out a long time ago. No need for it, since I'll be a big brother soon. As of now, it's only the 3 of us, me and my mommy and my daddy. This coming up weekend, my daddy plans to take my mommy somewhere before my little brother or little sister would arrive. Auntie Helen was going to babysit for the weekend, but she came down with the flu and wasn't going to be able to come over. My parents were sad when they were not going to be able to leave. I told them that I was a big boy now and that a big boy can care for themselves. That didn't work, so I used the best trick in the book, annoying them about letting me stay home alone. Like other mommy and daddies gave up. They gave up and I won. This weekend I have the whole house to myself. So Saturday came, I'm excited. They left this morning, leaving me money so that I could order some takeout to see if I was growing up for supper. Like any responsible parent, they called me like every other minute and checked on me. That night, something happened that normally wouldn't. I watched some horror movies. Normally my parents wouldn't let me watch them. I was sitting on our sofa couch, watching another movie. I'd gotten into it. The Black Merman thing was carrying the woman into the lagoon when it happened. Oh, a creature from the Black Lagoon. Hearing a large noise, I started screaming out loud. I thought my heart would jump out of my chest. Looking out our extraordinarily large windows, I saw that it was raining and the sound of thunder made me yelp. Maybe I'm not as brave as I thought I was. Going through more movies, I looked over at the time. 4:44 a.m., it said. I let out a yawn as it was time to finally go to bed. I made sure that all the doors and windows were locked. I turned out the light. The only source of light in the living room was from the street lamp from the circle. With another yawn, I began to walk out of the room. I'm headed to bed, I said. Good night. Good night, they replied. We'll be there in just a minute. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good, I like that one. Yeah, I don't know. It was nice. Little bit. Let me smash. Yeah. Let me smash in the chat. I don't know why I want to make that such a thing for me. It's dumb, it's stupid, but it makes me laugh. I don't even remember why I did that initially. Alright, let's do another one. I am Sam. I am Sam. I have reached the gates of hell. I entered without fear. I met the Lord of all evil. And we made a deal. I got back to Earth with a task. I have to kill 665 people before I die. If I do so, I will spend eternity as a demon king in hell. With my own legend to continue. Legion to command. Of course, I'm very delighted by that prospect. There is one condition, though. I cannot just kill random people. There is a trigger. If they hear one simple incantation involving my name, they are eligible to be my target. I managed to make my job easier. I put this spell into a book, a famous one, so that many people will probably hear it. I am very smart indeed. So after you hear the deadly sentence, you will know. I will know you. And when you are least expecting, you'll be my shadow You'll see my shadow out of the corner of your eye, and when you turn your head, you will see what it was. It will be too late. I will be waiting until you hear my name again. Sam I am. Well then, Dr. Zeus has made all of you corrupted. You got Sam I am, you got Uncle Sam, you got Sam Walton. Is there enough Sam? There's a lot of things that could have just been Sam. Ooh, I think I can fit this one. Smash! If it exists, so smash! I am yours. I am yours. I am nothing but light to you, yet you use me only for mockery. You shame us and toy with us. Yes, us. There are more of us than you. We outnumber the living. We are you. We are everything. I watch you live. I watch you sleep. I watch you play and watch you eat. You know I'm there. You see me all the time. You once feared me, but now I am passed off. I am not a fable. I am not a monster. I am everything. I am nothing. You cannot feel me, and you cannot hear me. I am you and your life. I've healed your mind. For what? I feel you when you rest. Sometimes you have felt my touch. One day I will end your life, and I will leave, and I will live on with your corpse. I am your shadow. I am yours. All right, there we go. I am nothing but light to you, yet you use me only for mockery. You shame us, toy with us. Yes, us. There are more of us than you. We outnumber the living. We are you. There we go. I thought I was able to make that fit. Barely, but I did it. Hell yeah. Fuck. I didn't change this to 21. Might be. This is supposed to be 21 the whole time. I fucked it up. Oh well. I believe everything is believable. The color gold. I don't know what that has anything to do with it. I had this dream just the other night. I will admit that it filled me with fright. There was a little child with a crown of thorns upon her head. She was standing right in front of me, yet I knew she was dead. I seemed fascinated by her innocent looks, but my pain in her eyes were too graphic for the books. We met in an old abandoned church a few miles away. She went inside and told me to stay. Curiosity got the best of me after several minutes or so. I walked into the sanctuary and saw the color gold. I noticed there was a door swinging open at the end of the hall. There stood a gravestone of an angel about 5 foot tall. As I started to approach, I began to hear laughter of a relief of somebody that had found her. Now she can finally rest in peace. Mm. By Cigarette Ashes? The color gold. I thought it was called the color gold. I believe everything is believable. Color gold. Maybe I've just read this one. I guess. I can do this one in a minute, I think. Or is this just supposed to be for this? Might be. Alright. I believe everything is believable. I had this dream just the other night. I will admit that it filled me with pride. There was a little child with a crown of thorns upon her head. She was standing right in front of me, yet I knew she was dead. I seemed fascinated by her innocent looks, but the pain in her eyes were too graphic for the books. We met in an old abandoned church a few miles away. She went inside and told me to stay. Curiosity got the best of me after several minutes or so. I walked into that sanctuary and saw the color gold. I noticed there was a door swinging open at the end of the hall. There stood a gravestone of an angel about 5 foot tall. As I started to approach, I began to hear laughter, of relief that somebody had found her. Now she could finally rest in peace. That should work. By Cigarette Ashes, I assume. Alright. There we go. Cool. Alright, that works. Oh, I ain't fitting this one in. I belong here. I woke up in my little room today. As every day goes, that damned alarm clock never ceases to wake me up in each morning. Just so the psychiatrists could ask their useless questions about my life. I belong here, though. I want to know the reasons of who, what, when, where, and why. The circumstances, the childhood, the reasons why I murdered those children and adults. Why I put a gun to my parents' head. Why I don't have any answers for the crime I committed. Just that I had done it in cold blood. Why would there be any need for a reason? I still belong here. Like always, the guards they hire pull me off of the uncomfortable couch I'm always put on, which always change in temperature, just being either too hot or too cold. I only know that they, the ones who don't care, ones not here, couldn't exist, make sure it was never comfortable. It was their specialty. They always carried him down the long corridor to where the singular room always was. Fed me chicken nuggets and a number 4 from McDonald's. My favorite meal. A nice place to belong to. They strap me to an electric chair in the middle of the room, same as always. Read to me my rights, telling me I'll pay for my 20-plus murders. They never even given me time to say any final words. They pull the switch. Not a nice place to belong now. The current just runs through me, sending bolts of pain quickly up my body, causing my facial nerves to quirk up into a smile. It never changed. I closed my eyes before death came again. I woke up in this little white room. I'll always belong here. In hell. This feels like one of those it came full circle stories. It's like, alright, all the way back again. Fuck. Okay. Like, oh, I can probably do this one. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. I've done everything I could to stop it from happening, only to have everything blow up in my face. I've ran out of time. Everyone is dead, and it's all my fault. I wish I had never gone to find her. If I knew this would happen, I would have never left my home in the first place. I let everyone down. They all looked up to me for hope and protection, to make them happy in as little as possible, only to be killed. I can't go back and fix this. Because even if I do, the moon will still fall and Termina will still be gone. Oh, you know what? I forgot about this one. I remember this one. There we go. Yeah, that's fucking Majora's Mask, dude. I mean, I did it. All right. All right. I can't stop. I'm not proud. I've been doing this for like 30 years, and I can't stop doing this. I hate myself so much. Sometimes I even cry when I'm taking my bath. Why can't I stop? Why did God want me to be like this? A monster. That's what I am. I've got a family. They are unhappy with me, and they don't really know who I am. I pray to God a lot, and He let me kill these people. Why? Oh God, why? I never got caught by the police for 30 goddamn years. I am really a monster. Yesterday I broke my son's fingers just because he broke my sports car. And it was Thanksgiving. Alright, this is enough. I want to get caught. I'm going to give my location and my name. My name is Arthur Mitchell. Or you can call me the Trinity Killer. Note, you have watched the TV series Dexter to understand this. Mr. Creepy, 1816... God damn it. Okay, so I'm not going to get this. So this is by Mr. Creepy. Um, that sucks though. Trinity Killer, and you have to understand something in this series. Fuck. I don't like that. Like, it's great for those who do understand it, but it's like I haven't seen it, so there's nothing for me. I'm sorry. Because, like, this was an interesting read. It really was, but then it's like, oh, it's Trinity Killer. It's like Arthur Mitchell. Is that the guy who is fucking whatever? I don't know. I could be anywhere. Couldn't find the right categories. Please add the right ones and remove this when you have. Okay. I guess this is before they've had a chance to do any of that. I took a sip. I could be anywhere. I could be behind you. I could be next to you. I could be the person who was walking next to you in your last shopping trip. I could be the animal-shaped biscuit out of your cookie tin. I could be your mother. I could be your father. Oh, I can do this in a minute. I could be anywhere. I could be behind you. I could be next to you. I could be the person who is walking next to you in your last shopping trip. I could be the animal-shaped biscuit out of your cookie tin. I could be your mother. I could be your father. I could be the guy behind your window when you have your curtains closed. I could be the person on your wall poster. I could be your best friend. I could be the singer you last saw at concert. I could be your manager. I could be the local police chief. I could be a football player. Except you can only differ me from the others when you see the ghastly glow in my eyes. But before you can look away, you're dead. Yeah, that works. And publishing. I'm doing a lot of clips today. I'm not trying to be like known for fucking creepypasta, but I mean, it's just easy to make a ton of clips out of this. Alright. Ooh. My leg. Anyway. I don't know what to say. Email. Morgan is Noreen's character. He speaks for her as she writes him. This was corrupted as of January 11th, 2012. I don't know what, but I had typed an entire journal entry featuring my character that I made up, Morgan, who is going to speak with me about when I opened up the file. When I opened the file up months later, the entire 2 pages were cut to leave this. Too awkward to try and do this myself. Died. Darkest hour. I reach out. Morgan. I know a way. Me. Really? Morgan. Just tell everything. I'll talk. Morgan. Hello. This isn't going to be easy. It's Noreen. Wanted to tell you how sorry she is for you. Have faith in you because he's going to there. Literally. Noreen Arshad, Morgan. Someone help me. Oh no, I knew there was a reason. My grandmother died. Cultural deprivation. And that looks like it's a hyperlink too. Oh, these are all different things. Norshad can't be reached. That can't be reached. That can't be reached. And can't be reached. Okay. Yeah, none of this can be reached. All this stuff is no longer there. Damn. Oh well. Well, we won't be able to see anything about Noreen Arshad. Ooh, here's another one I think I can do in a minute. I found you. From a deep... I found you. From a deep sleep, you awake from a sound. Was it a hound? No, no, my little one. You'll be gone when I'm done. A claw appears, soon you'll disappear. When it opens, you'll hide in fear. Do your thoughts think as I hear? I climb on your bed. Your eyes filled with dread. My eyes are red, yet you start to trample like thread. The sun rises like gold. My skin turns young to gold. Fuck. Let me restart that. Skin turns young to old. You tell your parents what you saw, yet I already found you. I found you. From a deep sleep you awake from a sound. Was it a hound? No, no, my little one. You'll be gone when I'm done. A claw appears. Soon you'll disappear. When it opens, you'll hide in fear. Do your thoughts think as I hear? I climb in your bed. Your eyes fill with dread. My eyes are red, yet you start to trample like thread. The sun rises like gold. My skin turns young to old. Yet you tell your parents what you saw. Yet I already found you. Disappear. When it opens, you'll hide in fear. Do your thoughts think? Sound. Was it a hound? No. I found you. I found. I found you. From you. You saw. Yet I already found you. Alright, that works. Alright, that's published. Cool. Alright. Oh, this might be another one. I Go Back to Sleep. Written by Flick P. Creep. I guess. Okay, I don't know how to say that properly. Go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see my room, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see a doctor, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see my family, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see a surgeon, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see frustrated doctors, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see my grieving family, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, my heart hurts, so I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, or at least I try to. That's like going through the throes of death or something. Room, then I go back. Written by Flick P. Creep. I don't know how to go back to sleep. I open my eye. Go back to sleep. I don't know how to say that properly. Go back to sleep. I open my eyes. I see my room. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. I open my eyes. At least I try to. Okay. I open my eyes, I see my room, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see a doctor, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes, I see my family, then I go back to sleep. I open my eyes. All right. I need to dust my computer. Like, desperately. All right. Oh, another one. I've got your back. A few weeks ago, I was in a car crash. The last thing I heard was a really loud smash. I woke up in the hospital, stiff as a leg. Fuck. As a leg of log. Stiff as log. I got your back. A few weeks ago, I was in a car crash. The last thing I heard was a really loud smash. I woke up in the hospital, stiff as a log, sitting in the room, covered with fog. The doc walked in and gave me a wink. First time, I didn't know what to think. The room went black, then I felt a painful whack. Doc, something is wrong, I cried with a hack. Don't worry, mate. I got your back. That's actually kind of cute. By South Thief. Don't worry, mate. I got your back. Alright. Publish that son bitch. Cool. Alright. Pretty sure that's supposed to say meat. I hate meat. Ever since I can remember, my mom's always told me to eat my meat. There's only one problem. I hate meat. I've always been a vegetarian, and my whole family thinks that's so odd. For the first few years, I didn't mind sneaking around to strangers' houses. When they saw me rummaging through their kitchens, they'd freak and I'd try to pull a gun on me. Then, when they noticed I was munching on their carrots or celery, they'd laugh. They'd fucking laugh. What's so funny? I hate joining in on the cacophony that is family meal time. But I guess it is really odd. I'm just different. I hate being different. I suppose I'll just learn to love meat. It can't be all that bad, right? And as I sit here and chew thoughtfully on my supper of raw flesh, I chuckle to myself. After all, who's ever heard of a zombie that hates meat? Yeah, look at that. Subjecting your thoughts to the contrary. Ow. Ow. My elbow. I hate you. I hate everything you do. I hate how awkward you are. The way, that weird fucking way that you talk to people. You can't even look them in the eye. Why? I can tell you why. You're a socially inept little fuck, and everyone can see it. Just stop talking. Your voice alone is annoying enough. That weird little slur and that meager little squeak that comes out when you try and speak. You can't even enunciate because you mumble and talk way too fucking fast. You know it, and so do I. You're awkward because you and I both know you're a useless fuck. You had so many ambitions, useless dreams they are. This is reality, kid. Buck up and get with it, and do something realistic, and actually contribute to society. Oh wait, I forgot, you can't. You're so inept physically that mental labor is beyond you. And you wasted your education on that precious dream of yours and got a degree that will get you absolutely nowhere. Your father was right about you. Your mother supported you, and she spoiled you. Yes, go ahead, cry. Cry, you little shit. Do you see now? Do you see how pointless life is? Specifically, your life? Your friends and your family tell you they wouldn't be the same without you? But you know that not to be true, don't you? Yes, you know that there would be one less headache to deal with, one less burden on society. You are a complete failure at everything you do. Everyone hates you. I hate you. You hate yourself too. I know you do. Because I am you. And I will destroy you. Mood. Fucking hate myself too. What makes you so special? This is the forest upon entering. I found the deer later. I hope you win. You don't believe in ghosts, do you? Well, I do. At least I do now. It all started one night when I was traveling alone. I had to go to my mother's house. She was old and needed me to take care of her. On my way there, I noticed a peculiar-looking woman, tears rolling down her face. I just drove on by, trying to ignore her. Just as I arrived at my mother's house, I saw that woman again, in the corner of my eye. But when I looked to see who it was in the corner of my eye, no one was there. So I proceeded into my mother's home and cooked some dinner for me and my mother. After my mother went to bed that night, I saw the woman again. But this time, she was just down the hall from me. I asked her, "Why are you tormenting me?" And she did not respond. Instead, she rushed at me. Next thing I know, I'm in a strange forest. Lost, alone, and scared, I begin to look at my surroundings. I see many pine trees, and a few deer hanging around. That's odd, though. Deer shouldn't be around in the middle of the night. I tried to find my way home, but to no avail. The forest seemed to loop in all directions. I had no way to get back home, so I accepted the fact that I would have to live here. The only thing I could think of was the cold of the forest. I decided to find something to keep me warm. But the only thing around was deer and wood. I'll have to get their skins, I thought to myself. Then I started feeling hungry when trying to hunt them. I killed a few, but soon I couldn't think about anything but hunger. Game, I thought to myself. Eating the deer meat would be practical, and I'm already hunting them for their skins. But the ones I had just killed had disappeared, as if they never existed. It was then that I realized I was doomed. The ghostly woman doomed me to write this on the internet and to read the first words of each paragraph. You just lost a fuck! Son of a bitch! That was so shoehorned. That's a bullshit. I mean, it's clever, don't get me wrong, but fuck, dude. God damn it. Alright. Maybe. Maybe I can do this one. I just wanted to be loved. Wait, let me get some more space. I just wanted to be loved. I just wanted to be loved. Didn't you see this? I always wanted to be there for you. A friend, a pal. I was there for you. I helped you with your problems. I was there when you were in school. We had our arguments, sure, but in the end, it was always better. You can't break such a strong friendship, can you? Of course you can't. I would come over and play video games, or we would listen to music together. Such a blast. When we graduated, we split our separate ways. I was still thinking of you. You were such an important part of my life. I just wanted to be loved. But then I died. Don't worry. I'm still here. I won't leave you. I think that fit. All right. I just wanted to be loved. I just wanted to be loved. Okay. That's good. Which I need to start throwing these on fucking YouTube, I guess. Oh, look, another one. I think I can do this one too. I know a secret. I know a secret. What's the secret? I can't tell you. Why? That would ruin the surprise. Is it a surprise for me? Yes. Does it involve a party? No. Does it involve food? Nuh-uh. Do you plan the surprise? Yes. Oh, tell me. Okay, my friend is behind you, but don't turn around. Why? Because then you'll know you're about to die. Surprise! Am I gonna fuck some kids up one day with these? Oh my god, why is this so goddamn loud? There we go. Alright. Okay, cool. One that I can't do. I'm making 1,000 fucking clips. Alright. Let's make sure there's nothing important. Okay, I think I'm good. Okay. I love you. After 3 years, today was the day. I was going to tell you how I feel. You had a girlfriend, I knew. But I also knew something else. She didn't love you. She never did. But she definitely loved that nice Ferrari you had parked in your driveway, and she definitely loved the one about to be parked in hers. As I approached the familiar sight of your front door, a slight pang of guilt hit me. Who was I to be messing with your love life, telling you to leave your girlfriend for me? But I answered that one myself. I was a girl who had loved you since 8th grade, the one who was there for you every second of every day. I deserved you. I rang your doorbell once, twice, 3 times and waited. No one came to the door. I sighed and turned to walk away. The next day at school, I looked around for you, but never even caught a glimpse of you. 2 weeks passed, and I didn't hear from you. Then one day, as I watched some TV, my doorbell rang. As I went to the door, I saw a familiar blonde hair with those icy blue eyes of hers through the glass. Opening the door, I heard a loud bang and fell to the ground. Before I blacked out, I heard her say under her breath, "He's mine, and now you can never look at him again." By Arabella. She's a fairly common artist. Alright. How far in are we? This might be a good chunk. Oh, damn. Is this a good spot to stop? Maybe do one more. Yeah, we'll do one long one, and we'll call it there. Oh, excuse me. I need a cigarette. I open my eyes and sit up straight in the bed. I look to my right. Ted is still asleep. This is my 5th night in a row I've had nightmares. I wipe my damp forehead of sweat. I need a cigarette. I slide out of bed quietly and sneak over to the closet to get my emergency stash. I slip one out and grab a lighter. I quickly close the bedroom door and slither through the living room and out the front door. I sit down on my balcony of the apartment and light the cigarette. Smoke fills my lungs and I instantly feel calmer. Footsteps to my right. You've got to be kidding me. People are outside at 3 a.m.? I think. I look over and see a man walking in my direction. No, not a man, a boy. No more than 17. He approaches me and sits down on the pavement next to me. He has this expression on his face that seems too happy. "Can I bum a drag?" he asks me, nodding at my cigarette. I nod my head back. I hand it to him. He lifts it to his lips and inhales. He blows the smoke out in a delightful look on his face. "What are you so happy about?" I asked. Well, let me start by telling you a little about myself. My name is Aaron. I live 2 apartments down from you and with my parents." He then proclaimed to tell me all about his family, friends, and where he went to school. "That doesn't exactly explain why you're so happy," I say. I know. I haven't gotten to that part yet." He was extremely happy expression on his face. "Okay, so today my parents and I went out to lunch with some friends of theirs. Really nice restaurant. After that, they took me out to see a movie that I've been dying to watch. Do you see where I'm going with this?" I shake my head. No. "Well then, they take me home and they sit me down. And you know what they do to me? Do ya? They say, 'Son, we've been thinking about this for a long time. We decide that it's finally time to enroll you in military academy.'" He chuckles and shakes his head. "Can you believe that? Skinny little Aaron in military academy?" He laughs again. Then his expression becomes more serious. "Do you know what I said?" I said no. I said I wouldn't go. I said I was scared. anything to get me out of going. But they wouldn't listen, so tonight I went to their bedrooms and killed them. Can you believe it? I murdered them. I opened my mouth in shock and began to back away. Where are you going? He asked. He grabs my arm. Oh, Aaron, you're hurting me, I cry. Sorry, now that I've told you, I can't let you get away, now can I? I don't want to go to jail. They deserve to die. He looks at me unmercifully. Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I struggle. Oh, and by the way, he says, flicking the cigarette to the ground, smoking is disgusting. The last thing I see is the flash of metal coming towards me. And then I wake up. This is the 5th time this week I've had nightmares. I need a cigarette. No. Yeah, that's a funny one. That's a like funny and like a weird, like this is a nightmare you've had. All right, so that's the one we're ending on. I need a cigarette. And how many is that from? Holder of the past? 73? I think it's 189? Or 1089? Yeah, 1089. All right.
I'm gonna go lay down, Hanson.
I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Just closing out. We're at 1089. Last one I've done is I need a cigarette. Take that for what you will.
Sounds about right.
I need a cigarette. Alright, so I think this was a really successful one. We did like fucking 70 or some shit. Yeah, about 70. 80. But whatever, it's fine. Words. Yeah, it's about 70. 72. That was a lot. Alright, cool. And then how many are there? ICU, some more ICUs. And then 74 right there, so I might get past it on the next stream, I don't know. Alright. If not, it'll be damn close. And then it'll be in the J's. And the J's aren't too big, K's aren't too big, and L is a long one. And then M. Alright. I think we're good now. So I'm gonna close it out. I'm glad to have had people here to listen and I made a bunch of clips. Some bullshit. So, thank you for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe, and follow and all that jazz if you want to be my buddy. Feel free to take a look at the links in the chat or down below or wherever the hell they're supposed to be these days. You can take a look at my Patreon, YouTube, Twitter. I've got a Blue Sky account that I need to put in the Streamlabs. YouTube's probably the most crucial one. Patreon, if it's affordable. Apparently I have Reddit. I might take that one off. I have Discord. You're able to jump in there. Should be able to. Is it still valid? Okay, it should still be valid. So, there's all of that. Wow, we went through a lot of stories. A lot of good ones, good handful of bad ones, some satirical ones. All just for about $3.50. Goddamn like that monster. I wish that one was short enough that I could have done that in a clip. Alright, so thank you for watching. Have a good night, and always remember, you have potential. Bye.